Chapter 178, Super Dark Gold Rank. Since Shifeng attempted to contact her, Gentle Snow would not reject the call. In any case, there was still some time before the new batch of whetstones would arrive. Busy man, you finally have the time to contact me? Gentle Snow laughed softly after the call connected. You jest, Miss Snow. I am helpless about this as well. I was worried that my communicator would ring endlessly and distract me, so I simply turned it off. Didn't I immediately contact Miss Snow after I finished with my matters? Shifeng smiled. From Gentle Snow's tone, Shifeng could somewhat discern her aggrieved feelings. However, he was simply helpless with this. He had spent quite a long time conquering White River City. Moreover, he needed to waste even more time. After all, if he published the White River City guidebook shortly after he entered White River City, others would become highly suspicious. Without spending some time, how could he conduct an investigation? If he made the guidebook without any prior investigation, it would be strange if nobody suspected him. Hence, Shifeng intentionally took such a long time before he initiated contact, letting others think that he used this time to inspect White River City. Since you've come looking for me, it means that you've seen my message regarding the information about White River City. What are your thoughts? Name a price, I'll buy it all, Gentle Snow said seriously. If she could obtain information about White River City, she could prepare ahead of time. This way, they could get a huge lead on the other guilds. As for the matter of money, she rarely paid any mind. Moreover, she believed that Shifeng would not just set a random price. I've already compiled a guidebook with information about White River City. The guidebooks are divided into two versions, a simplified version and a luxury version. I'm prepared to publish and sell them on the official forums after some time, Shifeng nodded as he spoke. Gentle Snow was at a loss when she heard Shifeng. She couldn't help but admit that Shifeng was too good at grasping business opportunities. If Shifeng truly did such a thing, in addition to his identity as the first player to enter White River City, the legitimacy of the White River City guidebooks was surely guaranteed. The various large guilds would all compete for them. She had to admit that even she admired Shifeng's business acumen. There were countless guilds, both large and small, within the White River City region. A rough estimate would put the number at over 1,000. Even if Shifeng earned only 1,000 credits from each of these guilds, he could still earn well over 1,000,000 credits. When she heard of him mention a simplified version, it was clearly meant for average players. There would definitely be countless players purchasing it, so Shifeng would earn quite a lot from them as well. Just by collecting information for a few hours, in addition to his title as the number one of White River City, Shifeng had already made a net profit of several million in a single night. It was possible that only Shifeng was capable of such a feat. I can't help but praise your idea. However, I wish to obtain this information in advance. Of course, I will pay a higher price. To put it another way, I hope that you can delay the information's release for 3 or 4 hours. Not only will I purchase the information at a high price, but I am also willing to pay 1,000,000 credits as a postponement fee. I wonder if that would be possible. Gentle Snow inquired, smiling. A 1,000,000 credits postponement fee, is it? Shifeng was truly shocked. Originally, by contacting Gentle Snow, he merely intended to sell the White River City guidebook to her in advance. He didn't think that Gentle Snow would have a move like this. He could not help but appreciate her intelligence. In actuality, even if Gentle Snow did not pay any compensation, he would still delay the release of the guidebooks by 2 or 3 hours. That way, the credibility of the guidebooks would be even higher. At the same time, it would increase those guilds' urgency. After all, they were already close to reaching level 10, so they were in dire need of information about White River City. Is it not enough? Then 2,000,000 should be fine, right? Gentle Snow wrinkled her eyebrows slightly, feeling that Shifeng was somewhat too greedy for money. No, 1,000,000 is enough. It's just. I wonder if you want the simplified version or the luxury version. Shi Feng teased with a laugh. Do you even need to ask? The more detailed, the better. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She was even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits as an extension fee, so would she even lack that kind of money? That would be the luxury version then. I'm selling it for 20,000 credits. As a matter of fact, I still have a super luxury version of the guidebook in my possession. I wonder if Miss Snow would be interested in it. Shi Feng smiled as he asked. A super luxury version? How much do you want for it? Gentle Snow responded, slightly contemptuous. 1,000,000. Shi Feng said earnestly. The luxury version is selling for 20,000 credits, but you're selling the super luxury version for 1,000,000 credits? Are you taking me for a fool? Gentle Snow accused. How could that be? I've poured my blood into making it. If you don't want it, so be it. It is similarly sufficient to purchase just the luxury version. Shi Feng was only filled with kind intentions. He would add some of the truly important information to the super luxury version. For example, information pertaining to the matter of how to quickly develop oneself and information about the various daily quests available in White River City that could quickly increase one's level and reputation. Although it was not a lot of information, the help it provided was still considerable. It was enough to allow Gentle Snow to pull ahead of the other guilds by a great distance. Originally, Shi Feng did not intend to sell this information. However, Gentle Snow was a slightly special case. The main reason was that Ouroboros, the guild Gentle Snow belonged to, did not have any conflicts with him. After all, Ouroboros' main power was based in the capital city, Starmoon City. Gentle Snow would, sooner or later, have to head to the capital to continue her development. Right now, he simply offered Gentle Snow a favor. In the future, if he were to meet with trouble, he might even be able to get Gentle Snow to help him. After all, the competition in White River City was bound to be intense. If some large guild intentionally targeted his own while his tasks swamped him, he could ask Gentle Snow for assistance. With Gentle Snow's personality, she would definitely lend him a hand. Also, another reason Shi Feng did such a thing was to disperse the attention from himself. Destruction always pursued the great. If there were another, more outstanding, existence around, the various large guilds would shift their line of sight from Shi Feng to that existence. Shi Feng could kill two birds with one stone with his action, and only Gentle Snow's decision remained as the final hurdle. After a few seconds of silence, Gentle Snow let out a deep sigh as she said, "All right, then. I'll buy it. When can you give it to me?" "In half an hour," Shi Feng affirmed. "Good, then. I'll transfer the money to you at that time." Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Standing beside Gentle Snow, Xiao Yueru had heard every word of the conversation. Puzzled, she asked, "Snow, I'm not trying to reprimand you, but although the Yi Feng is one of the rare top-tier experts, within only a short few hours, just how much information could he possibly have gathered? Not to mention, that information is even priced at 1,000,000 credits. He is clearly just trying to make a quick buck off of us. That Yi Feng is insincere. We have already helped him out so much and even dealt with the matter of Underworld targeting him. Let's have a look at it before we judge," Gentle Snow sighed. In reality, even she did not hold much hope about the information. If it truly contained some valuable information, she would not take too big of a loss, at the very least. Following which, Shi Feng also made a similar deal with Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. However, he did not offer the super luxury version this time. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main power was stationed in White River City. He only sold them the information in advance because of the friendship he had with Stabbing Heart. Stabbing Heart naturally knew this, so he was greatly touched by Shi Feng's actions. He immediately paid 50,000 credits as gratitude to Shi Feng. At the same time, with this information about White River City in hand, Stabbing Heart would also have the confidence to request the higher-ups to review the matter of suppressing Martial Union's development in White River City. That way, Martial Union would not even have the time to find trouble with Shifeng. Soon, another half-hour passed by. Shifeng finally managed to compile and arrange the super-luxury version of the White River City Guidebook. He then sent it to Gentle Snow, Blackie, and the other members of his team. With Blackie's power-leveling speed, every member of the team would quickly rise to level 10. They would be much faster than Gentle Snow, so Shifeng had to provide Blackie and the others with a better understanding of White River City ahead of time. Otherwise, they would simply be lost after entering White River City. At this moment, the metal door of the forging room opened, and Celiora walked out. Compared to when she entered the forging room, Celiora clearly felt more fatigued now. Crystal-clear sweat coated her healthy, wheat-colored skin, and she looked like she had just stepped out of a pool of water. Her appearance was utterly seductive. "Here, this item's for you." Celiora took out the Book of Forging, handing it to Shifeng with great reluctance. She then took out a flame-red flying dart. This flying dart radiated a brilliant red that intoxicated a person's heart. Aside from the epic-ranked greatsword, this item could be called my greatest masterpiece. Due to the quality of the materials being a limiting factor, this item could not achieve epic rank. However, it has still surpassed Dark Gold rank. You could call it a Super Dark Gold rank throwing weapon, so you have to cherish it properly. Super Dark Gold rank? What's that? Doubt filled Shifeng. If it was Dark Gold, then it was Dark Gold. If it was epic, then it was epic. Why would there be a Super Dark Gold rank? Looking at the meaning that Celiora tried to express, this item seemed to possess a special quality between the two ranks. Chapter 179, Pseudo-Extraordinary Attributes. Within Shifeng's memories, there was no mention of a Super Dark Gold rank. However, if a master forger like Celiora called it such, that's what it was. Only, just what kind of attributes would this blazing meteor possess? Are you unsure of what the Super Dark Gold rank is? Celiora was in a very good mood after forging such a masterpiece. Hence, she explained, it is utterly understandable that you have not heard of it. Matters like these are only privy to those old monsters of the Grand Master Forger rank. Even I discovered it by chance. Indeed, in God's domain, the rank after Dark Gold is epic. However, between these two ranks, there is a humongous threshold. One could say that items undergo a massive leap in quality when upgraded from Dark Gold rank to epic rank. Don't you feel that it is strange? Shifeng nodded, deeply expressing his agreement. It was just like Celiora had said. Dark Gold equipment was only somewhat stronger than fine gold equipment. However, regarding attributes, epic equipment was several tiers above Dark Gold equipment. Take the Mavis Guard in Blackie's hands for example. It was far superior to the Silver Lake in Shifeng's hands that possessed attributes rivaling a Dark Gold weapon. Simply equipping an epic weapon instantly gave Blackie a stronger damage output and attack power than Shifeng's. The power of an epic ranked item was obvious. It seems that you also understand the gap between these two ranks. Celiora revealed a smile, saying, in actuality, epic ranked items possess another name. Another name? This was the first Shifeng had heard of this. That's right, another name. This is also something I found out after researching the Book of Forging you lent me, coupled with the literature I've collected over the years. Celiora nodded. During the ancient times, epic ranked items were also called extraordinary items. The owners of these items would possess an absolute strength that allowed them to surpass ordinary mortals, thus they were known as extraordinary. Meanwhile, I did not utilize any extraordinary materials in forging the blazing meteor, so it could not become an extraordinary item. However, it can still be considered a pseudo-extraordinary item. A pseudo-extraordinary item? Shifeng started to understand a few points. He could not help but grow even more curious about the attributes of the blazing meteor, which caused Celiora so much excitement. Have a look at it yourself, then. Sealora handed the blazing meteor over to Shi Feng, softly saying, "A pseudo-extraordinary item is the maximum limit that mortals can achieve with their own power, while this blazing meteor can be considered a masterpiece, the closest thing to an extraordinary item." Shi Feng's heart started beating quickly as he heard those words. It was an item that approached the quality of an epic ranked item. Most likely, aside from his magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade, no other item in his possession could rival this blazing meteor. Furthermore, the blazing meteor he received in his previous life was only dark gold rank. He did not expect to obtain a pseudo-extraordinary item in this life. Shi Feng immediately received the blazing meteor from Sealora, taking a look at its attributes. Blazing meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, Strength 120, Agility 140. Attack power, player's Strength 2. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 65, Endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The blazing meteor was forged by the Grand Master Forger, Sealora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The blazing meteor can be reforged into an epic ranked item after gathering epic ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yi Feng. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Shi Feng was instantly dumbfounded when he saw these attributes. As expected of a pseudo-extraordinary item, it was far superior to ordinary dark gold ranked items. As long as Shi Feng's attributes reached the prerequisite and he equipped the blazing meteor, his strength would instantly soar by several tiers. After receiving the blazing meteor, Shi Feng finally felt that he was a true swordsman. There were 2 variations of the swordsman class, dual-wielding swordsman and two-handed swordsman. At the same time, a swordsman could also equip a long-range throwing weapon. However, a swordsman was still a melee class at its heart, so their ranged attacks were not particularly powerful. A majority of the swordsman players did not pay much attention to ranged throwing weapons. However, Shi Feng heavily relied on his ranged attacks. After all, there were many instances when facing monsters with melee combat was troublesome. If he could switch to ranged attacks, he would have a much easier time. Moreover, there were plenty of shared skills in God's domain. Among them, there were quite a few throwing skills. If Shi Feng could learn a few of them, he would not fall too far behind the other ranged classes. Now that he had the pseudo-extraordinary item, the blazing meteor, ranged attacks were no longer one of Shi Feng's weaknesses. Moreover, throwing weapons were not consumable items. Due to the magical ingredients involved in its forging, the blazing meteor number of uses were limitless. Whenever a throwing weapon hit an enemy, it would instantly vanish and reappear in the player's hands. It was an extremely convenient function. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's current attributes prevented him from equipping the blazing meteor. Only by replacing and upgrading the equipment he currently wore could he achieve the requirements of the blazing meteor. After Shi Feng finished reading the blazing meteor's introduction, he was suddenly shocked. Sealora was originally a master forger, so why did the introduction describe her as a grandmaster forger? Master Sealora, could it be that you're already a grandmaster forger? Shi Feng looked at Sealora with doubtful eyes. The system introduction could not be faked. If the system displayed it, it must be true. However, that was inconceivable. Celiora, who was not even 30 years of age, had actually become a Grandmaster Forger. There was not a single Grandmaster Forger throughout all of the Star Moon Kingdom. Grandmaster Forgers were existences that stood at the pinnacle of forging in God's domain, and even Tier 5 Apex powerhouses had to suck up to a Grandmaster Forger. Their statuses were no lower than the ruler of a country. Normally, one could only meet a Grandmaster Forger with luck in the capital city of an empire or places like Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the Celiora before him was one such existence. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp. I have indeed become a Grandmaster Forger. However, this is all thanks to you. If you did not lend me the Book of Forging, allowing me to unravel the mysteries that have troubled me for the past several years, it would still be impossible for me to become a Grandmaster. As a thank you, here is my communication crystal. In the future, you can contact me at any time through this item. Celiora nodded, smiling as she spoke. System, Hidden Quest Search for Celiora, completed, exceeded by aiding Celiora in becoming a Grandmaster Forger. Rewarding player with the pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor. Rewarding Celiora's communication crystal. Celiora's favorability increased by 200 points. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom plus 50. Reputation in White River City plus 300. Obtained the title, Grandmaster's Friend. Forging proficiency increased by 500 points. Rewarding 200,000 EXP. Instantly, Shifeng rose to level 14. Shifeng was stunned for a long time when he saw this series of rewards. Ignoring the fact that, with Celiora's communication crystal, he could often request Celiora to handle certain affairs for him, just the 300 reputation points in White River City would make the purchase of a real estate in White River City much easier. As long as he became a baron, he could purchase private territory in White River City, establishing a guild residence. However, a baron could only purchase the outermost land of White River City. As for Celiora, she had only recently become a Grandmaster Forger, so she intended to go on a journey. She wanted to commemorate her achievement by making her first epic ranked item, so she needed to explore and search for materials. Soon after, Shifeng departed from the smithy. Seeing that the time was just about right, Shifeng posted the White River City guidebook on the official forums, setting the post to publish in 3 hours. He then used the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting there. Shortly after Shifeng departed, another batch of players set foot in White River City. Immediately, White River City region system announcements rang out. Chapter 180, Anonymous Sensation. Ha ha ha. We've finally arrived in White River City. This place looks spectacular. Such amazing NPCs. The moment Blackie and the others arrived in White River City, the amazing sight stunned them all. Their feelings alternated between joy, excitement, and an indescribable sense of pride. Everyone had suddenly arrived in White River City. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, who both remained relatively calm, Cola and the others were in a daze. They thought that they were in a dream. When Fire Dance and Cola regrouped with Blackie, they discovered that Blackie and Lonely Snow had actually brought them to deal with a group of level 20 monsters. At that time, they nearly had heart attacks from the shock. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game, and killing monsters of a higher level in God's Domain was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, their average levels did not even reach level 8. It was simply suicidal for them to challenge a level 20 Swamp Rhino. Yet, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately dragged their group and charged towards the Swamp Rhinos. The two acted as if the Swamp Rhinos were not level 20 monsters, but level 0 green gnomes awaiting death. However, Fire Dance and Cola could not have imagined what had actually occurred. Blackie instantly roasted the level 20 rhinos Lonely Snow had lured with a single hell flame. It was like the rhinos suffered from some weakening aura. At that time, their experience bars instantly increased by a huge chunk. Looking at this scene, Cola and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. There was a saying, after 3 days had passed, one could no longer use one's old perspective to judge others. However, that involved the prerequisite of 3 days passing. It had only been several hours since separated from each other, but the growth rate of Blackie and Lonely Snow had switched from ascending by climbing a ladder to ascending by using an elevator. It was as if their growth rates had received hormone injections, increasing by tens of times. Within half an hour, they had all collectively gained a level. When they asked about Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels, Cola and Fire Dance were both utterly shocked. They were both already level 13. This gap made a world of difference. How did Blackie and Lonely Snow suddenly become so powerful? The only possibility they could think of was that their team leader, Shifeng, had power leveled the two. It was also the only logical explanation for Blackie and Lonely Snow's achievements. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both utterly shocked by Shifeng. It would be fine if Shifeng were the only one so powerful. However, their team even had 2 other level 13 powerhouses. Just how powerful was this team? If others discovered this, they might be less shocked by the sky falling. After several hours, Cola and the others reached level 10, one after another. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow had both risen to level 14. They acted in accordance with Shifeng's request, entering White River City and familiarizing themselves with the city. They would then receive some of the rare and daily quests, obtaining some rare items in exchange for the quest's completion. However, shortly after they entered White River City, a system announcement entered their ears. White River City Region System Announcement: 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement: 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement: 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. After the announcement repeated thrice, all the players within the White River City region were sent into a daze. What sort of situation was this? More than 5 players have already entered White River City. How long had it been since Shifeng accomplished that feat? Crap. What did these people eat when they grew up? I've only reached level 8, yet there is already a bunch of level 10s. Can't they play normally? It can't be, right? None of these people are guild players. How could they all be independent players? Ha ha ha. Too awesome. Didn't those guilds think they were very amazing? This will teach them that independent players like us are still the strongest. Why haven't I heard of these people before? Just who are these people? Moreover, they even entered White River City together. They can't be players of the same party, right? Players throughout the White River City region discussed Blackie and the others' entrance to White River City and the activation of the regional ranking list. The players on the ranking list were, without a doubt, everyone's focus right now. Investigate. I want to know just who these people are immediately. They are all independent players. Immediately contact them. Even if we have to give them official positions, we must recruit them into our guild. The various large guilds all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The ranking list should have been a competition between the various large guilds, yet, it now belonged to a group of independent players. Moreover, they had taken hold of the top 6 positions. This utterly embarrassed these large guilds. Right now, these guilds needed to recruit these independent players into their guilds. That way, these guilds' names would also appear on the ranking list. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow obeyed Shifeng's previous request. The moment they entered White River City, the system asked if they wanted to place their names on the ranking list. They both immediately rejected the offer. However, it was not a big deal for Cola and the other 5 members of the team. It was a good chance to cause panic in those large guilds, and they could increase their fame while doing so. After all, Cola and the others were still level 10. It was an expected level. However, if Blackie and Lonely Snow add their names to the ranking list. It would be a double-edged sword, bringing them fame while also poisoning their lives. Right now, these large guilds could understand Cola and the others reaching level 10. However, if 2 level 14 players suddenly appeared on the ranking list, no amount of brainpower could allow these guilds to make sense of things. Just leveling up from level 9 to level 10 would require more than an entire day's grinding. It was understandable if Blackie and Lonely Snow had powerful techniques and found a good leveling spot. However, a gap of 4 levels would simply provoke these guilds. They would create unscrupulous ways to obtain this leveling secret. Right now, if Blackie and Lonely Snow displayed their names on the ranking list, they would gain the enmity of every single player in the White River City region. Why isn't Yifeng's name there? Moreover, why do these names seem so familiar? Gentle Snow opened the ranking list, discovering that the top 6 players were all uniformly level 10. However, the number 1 position did not belong to Shifeng, but a player named Fire Dance. Moreover, Shifeng's name was not among the top 6 level 10 players at all. This situation confused Gentle Snow greatly. Snow, aren't Cola, Drowsy Sloth, and Gluttonous Mouse Yifeng's teammates? They even left their names with ours at the Dark Moon Graveyard. I never thought that their leveling speed would be so fast. Zhao Yueru quickly recognized the names on the ranking list. This scene had shocked her. After all, she had a clear understanding of the background of these players. They were definitely noobs of God's domain, and they were not even close to being experts. The first time they met was at the Deathly Forest, and at that time, they were simply noobs that Shifeng had randomly chosen to party with. The second time they met, though their levels had not equaled hers, the gap between them had somewhat shrunk. Now, however, they had surpassed her. It was unbelievable. After receiving Zhao Yueru's reminder, sudden realization struck Gentle Snow. As a result, the usually calm and confident Gentle Snow, at this moment, revealed a look of surprise and bewilderment. Yifeng, just who are you? Gentle Snow could not help but inwardly wonder. Leading a group of noobs into becoming the focal point of the entire White River City, just how did Shifeng do it? Also, Shifeng, his good friend Blackie, and Lonely Snow had actually refrained from displaying their names on the ranking list. Gentle Snow could not understand this action. After all, the noobs that Shifeng had personally led had all risen to level 10. She did not believe that his good friend, Blackie, and Lonely Snow had not become level 10. The only possibility was that they hid their levels. But why would they want to hide their levels? Wasn't this a good chance to increase their reputation? Why would they hide them? What was there to gain? Suddenly, Gentle Snow thought of a possibility, or better yet, the only possibility. After she thought of this possibility, Gentle Snow involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 181, A Joke. One had to admit that virtual reality was extremely realistic. There was only a small change to Gentle Snow's expression, yet, Zhao Yueru immediately discovered it. Snow, what's wrong? Zhao Yueru worriedly asked. It was the first time she had seen such a surprised look on Gentle Snow. Although it was indeed unexpected that the group of noobs had become the level 10 players, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to Gentle Snow. It's nothing. I just thought of some matters, that's all. Gentle Snow waved her hand, dismissing Zhao Yueru's concern. Gentle Snow paid no attention to Cola and the others who entered White River City, nor did she care that they had taken the top 6 spots on the ranking list. What she was truly concerned about were Shifeng and his friends' levels. If it were really as she imagined, becoming friends with Shifeng was a very wise decision. Elsewhere, when Unstable Devastation and Fire Dance's past companions saw the ranking list, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for Fire Dance's past companions. Not only had Fire Dance reached level 10, but Water Buffalo had also risen to level 10. As a result, envy and regret ate at their hearts. If they had chosen to follow Fire Dance and join Shifeng's team, they would be their team members right now. They enjoyed the envy and admiration of all players throughout the White River City region, a situation that many dreamt of experiencing. Unfortunately, they were no longer related to this matter. As they looked at the ranking list, they tried to contact Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. They all tried to apologize, and they wished that they could mend and recover their past relationships. After all, this was only a game, there was no need to be so serious, and they had only been joking. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had received their calls. However, they merely gave a single reply. There is no point crying over spilled milk. I do not wish to stay in touch in the future. Did they think that pushing off their actions as a joke would resolve everything? Now, that really was a joke. Fire Dance's and Water Buffalo's words had unquestionably shattered their final hopes, sending them spiraling into a sea of endless regrets. As for Unstable Devastation, envy nearly drove him mad. He clearly remembered that his team had killed Cola's group of 3 once before, their levels dropping to level 7. When they met in Red Leaf Town's fountain, they were still level 7. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation's level had dropped to level 8 after dying once. During these past several hours, he had frantically grinded monsters and was about to reach level 9. Yet, Cola's group had all reached level 10 during this same period. Just what sort of leveling speed was this? At first, it was Shifeng who had reached level 10. Now, even Cola and the others had risen to level 10. There was definitely something fishy about this. There must be some sort of method that allowed them to reach level 10 quickly. Shifeng obviously knew this method. It might even be some gigantic bug in the game. However, Unstable Devastation could do nothing against Shifeng. He had no way to force this secret out of Shifeng. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Unstable Devastation's head. If he published this matter on the official forums, revealing this bug, the system might punish Shifeng for exploiting it. On the other hand, if it were not a bug, the other guilds would definitely not let go of this great chance to rise to level 10 swiftly. They would force Shifeng to reveal this leveling method. If Shifeng kept his lips sealed, he would make enemies out of every guild in the White River City region. Meanwhile, if he revealed this leveling method and the system fixed it, it would similarly enrage the various guilds. Regardless what Shifeng did, he could no longer continue mingling in the White River City region. However, Unstable Devastation could not allow Shifeng to take any of these actions yet. Yi Feng, no man is wise all the time. I have finally grasped a hold of your weakness. Unstable Devastation grew excited. As long as he used this move to threaten Shifeng, Shifeng would obediently hand over the secret. Immediately after, Unstable Devastation sent Shifeng a communication request. The first time, Shifeng did not pick up. The second time, Shifeng did not pick up. Unstable Devastation made more than 10 consecutive calls to Shifeng, however, Shifeng did not answer any of them. As a result, Unstable Devastation nearly vomited blood in anger. However, when he thought of his beautiful future, he endured. Finally, after sending over 40 communication requests, the call finally connected. You're annoying. Can't you learn your lesson after so many rejections? Are you a pig? Must I give you a scolding before you are satisfied? I don't have anything to say to you. Go, play around wherever you want, and don't come bothering me. Shifeng immediately started cursing the moment he picked up the call. Originally, he had been conducting business with Aqua Rose, in a good mood. However, one after another, Unstable Devastation's calls endlessly pestered him, interrupting Shifeng's good mood. At first, Shifeng thought that Unstable Devastation would give up after a few rejections. However, Shifeng never thought that there would be no end to the disturbances. Hence, after telling Aqua Rose that he had some matters he needed to attend to for a moment, he looked for a place without people and gave Unstable Devastation a good scolding, soothing his mood. He then placed Unstable Devastation on his blacklist, preventing Unstable Devastation to further annoying him. Yi Feng, you dare to cut my call. After making over 40 calls, Unstable Devastation burned with anger. Now that Shi Feng had insulted him, his blood boiled and his face turned crimson. The blood vessels in his face had nearly burst. However, just when he was about to curse at Shi Feng, the call disconnected. This thoroughly enraged Unstable Devastation, and immediately, he called Shi Feng again. However, this time, his calls did not even ring. He was on Shi Feng's blacklist. Unstable Devastation nearly fainted in anger. He had wasted so much time trying to call Shi Feng, yet, the only thing he got in return was a scolding. Shi Feng had even blacklisted him. How was he supposed to threaten Shi Feng now? How was he going to force Shi Feng's obedience? Unstable Devastation immediately directed one of his subordinates to contact Shi Feng. After attempting to contact Shi Feng a few more times, the call finally connected. Unstable Devastation's subordinate then pressed the multi-party button that allowed others to participate in the conversation. Who are you? Shi Feng asked. Yi Feng, you've finally picked up. I have in my hands your speed leveling secret. If you don't wish to become an enemy of the entire White River City region, obey my wishes. Otherwise, I'll post the evidence on the official forums. I'm thinking that many guilds would be interested in your teammates' leveling secret, and they will go all out to deal with you. This time, Unstable Devastation spoke his piece quickly, fearing that Shi Feng would hang up on him again. I asked, who are you? What's the point of all this nonsense? Are you a pig? Shi Feng demanded. You're the pig. Everyone in your whole family is a pig. I am Unstable Devastation. I know that you have some secret to your team's leveling speed. You need to understand the situation you're in right now. If you dare continue to speak to me with such a tone, I'll release this secret of yours to everyone else. All the players in the entire White River City region will start trouble, and the various large guilds will hunt you down to learn your secret. When that happens, there will no longer be any place for you in God's domain. Unstable Devastation hated being called an idiot. Now that Shi Feng had repeatedly called him a pig, he could no longer endure it. So, you really are a pig. Hello, pig. Goodbye, pig. Shi Feng immediately disconnected the call, blacklisting the new character ID as well. Shi Feng had never been a person to feel threatened by others, and regarding Unstable Devastation's threat, he paid no mind to it at all. The only reason he did not let Blackie and Lonely Snow reveal themselves was to avoid unnecessary trouble from those various large guilds, as that would delay their development. However, if there really were a need for a battle, he would not shrink from it. In fact, they could all bring it on if they wanted. The final winner and loser had yet to be determined. Master Black Flame, it looks like you have met with some trouble. As an ally of yours, why don't you let Twilight Echo deal with it for you? The graceful Aqua Rose suddenly walked over, smiling at Shi Feng as she offered her assistance. Chapter 182, Clue about the God Slayer. As Shi Feng's call had been set to private, outsiders could not listen in on his conversation with Unstable Devastation. However, although Aqua Rose could not hear what Shi Feng said, she could clearly feel the killing intent radiating off of his body. To become friends with Shi Feng, deepening their relationship, Aqua Rose would not let this chance pass her by. Thus, she made her offer. Shi Feng understood Aqua Rose's intentions. He simply smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Aqua. It isn't anything big, only an annoying fly that I can kill with a slap at any time. We should continue with our business talks." At Shi Feng's immediate rejection, Aqua Rose could do nothing but relent. After which, the two returned to their private room in the restaurant. At this moment, however, another male youth had appeared in the private room. This person was a knight geared with heavy armor. Based on his appearance, this man was obviously a shield warrior. A bone shield hung at his back, coupled with an exquisite, black-colored battle axe. These two pieces of equipment looked extraordinary, and one could easily tell that they were secret silver rank. Moreover, this man was similar to Aqua Rose, in which they were both level 9. "Why are you here, Brilliant?" Aqua Rose asked, surprised at his sudden appearance. "I only worry that others will try to scam you, so I came to check up on you. Last time, you spent tens of millions of credits and returned with only a pile of worthless scrap paper. This incident invoked many elders' dissatisfaction. This time, you spent another large sum of money and manpower to purchase various ores and materials. Moreover, you didn't even notify the elders about any of your actions. They are furious right now. I'm here to tell you that, at the very least, you need their approvals in the future before you take action. Come back with me and offer them an explanation for now. Otherwise, those elders will make your life difficult in the future." The man named Brilliant War God shot Shifeng a glare. He had always treated Aqua Rose as his own woman. Meanwhile, the black-hooded Shifeng before him was a small character, beneath his notice. Yet, this small character actually dared to have a tryst with Aqua Rose. Immediately, Brilliant War God tugged on Aqua Rose's hand, intending to take her from this place. Shifeng merely shrugged at Brilliant War God's provocation. He did not mind this man with the IQ of a monkey in the least. He simply took it as watching a monkey show. Aqua Rose slapped away Brilliant War God's hand, her crescent eyebrows wrinkling slightly. She had only managed to secure her relationship with Shifeng after much difficulty and was just about to enter a proper business discussion. She did not expect Brilliant War God to find out about it and actually came running to interrupt her. If it weren't for her and Brilliant War God's families having friendly ties, she would not pay him any attention. "Brilliant, I have important matters to discuss. Return by yourself for now. As for the matter of the guild elders, I'll give them an explanation when I return," Aqua Rose said impatiently. For her trades with Shifeng, she always used her own money and people. The guild elders had no right to interfere, nor did they have the ability. Not to mention, she was an honorary elder of the guild, so her station was similar to theirs. They had no right to involve themselves in her matters. They were merely envious that she had earned a lot of money, and they all wanted a share of the pie. Seeing Aqua Rose's attitude, Brilliant War God could only give up his efforts. "Since you don't wish to go, I'll stay by your side to protect you. It'll destroy others' ideas of taking advantage of you." Brilliant War God glanced at Shifeng, his tone filled with ill intent as he spoke. Aqua Rose became furious at his words. She and Shifeng were going to discuss extremely confidential trade secrets. How could she allow Brilliant War God to listen in? "No, you should return," Aqua Rose spoke, her tone frosty. Hearing Aqua Rose, Brilliant War God grew even more indignant. He sent a wrathful glare at Shifeng, sending a message to Shifeng secretly. "I am an elder of Twilight Echo. Brat, you better know your place and scram. Aqua is my plaything, so you are not allowed to contact her again. You should know the consequences if I discover that you've done otherwise." Brilliant War God was usually a tyrant of a man, and nobody dared defy him due to his identity. Whenever he met with a situation, he simply needed to announce his identity, and others would immediately flee with their tails between their legs. Now that he had spoken, Shifeng would be no exception to this. After Shifeng saw this message, he involuntarily laughed. It seemed that this Brilliant War God had arrived to cause trouble without understanding the situation. Saying that he had the IQ of a monkey gave him too much credit. His actual IQ might not even equal a dog's. With such a wealthy prince in the guild, it was no wonder Twilight Echo could not develop itself in the early stages of the game. It was actually due to the presence of this fool. "Miss Aqua, I have something that I'd like you to see," Shifeng smiled. Aqua Rose grew very curious. Just what did Shifeng have to show her this time? Since Brilliant War God dared threaten Shifeng in such a way, Shifeng would act in kind. He forwarded Brilliant War God's message to Aqua Rose. Shifeng wanted this fool to know that one should be careful with their words and messages. Otherwise, accidents could occur. Brilliant war god. Get out of my sight immediately. I don't wish to see you ever again. I will definitely tell uncle and auntie about this matter. Regarding the marriage affairs between our two families, don't even think about it from this moment onwards. Aqua Rose's complexion was instantly livid the moment she read the message. She already disliked Brilliant War God. Now, not to mention publicly trying to drive Shifeng away, he even dared call her his plaything. Brilliant War God was confused. Before he could even wonder why Aqua Rose wanted to sever their relationship, she had already kicked him from the private room. I'm sorry that you had to see such a joke, Aqua Rose apologized. It's nothing. I'm used to such matters. Not minding matters at all, Shifeng said, let's continue discussing about our trade, then. At this moment, Brilliant War God started loudly cursing outside the door, saying, Black Flame, you despicable little man. You actually dare frame me. Get out here right now if you have the ability. I challenge you to a duel. The loser clears their level back to 0. Do you dare accept it? What? You can frame me, but can't accept my challenge. Just as Shifeng and Aqua Rose were about to resume their business talks, Brilliant War God finally came to a realization. It turned out that Shifeng had forwarded his message to Aqua Rose. He really did not think that such an incident would occur. His past actions, which had never failed him, were actually useless against Shifeng. However, to redeem himself, he could only insist that Shifeng had framed him. Master Black Flame, I am truly sorry about this. I'll chase him away immediately. This was the first time Aqua Rose had realized that Brilliant War God was so obnoxious, his IQ was even in the negatives. With the existence of the main god system, how could players possibly modify others' messages and IDs? No need. I have my own faults in this matter, so let me deal with it. Shifeng rose from his seat, walking out of the private room. Black Flame, you despicable little man, you finally dare to show yourself. If you are a man, accept my challenge. If you lose, you will explain to Aqua Rose that you framed me. Do you dare accept? Brilliant War God jeered. What if you lose? Shifeng laughed. Ha ha ha. Can I even lose? Brilliant War God was incomparably arrogant. He took out a map, saying disdainfully, if you really are lucky enough to win, this item will be yours to keep. I only obtained this map after I organized a team of hundreds of elites to kill a wild level 10 Lord rank boss. This was the only item it dropped. Initially, Shifeng had little to no interest in the map Brilliant War God held. After all, he had a clear understanding of God's domain. If it were a map obtained in some other country, it held no meaning to him at all. However, the moment Shifeng spotted the symbol of an ash blade on the back of the map, it instantly roused his interest. The ash blade was the mark of the God Slayer. Normally, only items related to the God Slayer bear such mark. Master Black Flame, you can't agree to him. He is a shield warrior, so he has a massive innate advantage when dealing with physical type classes. Moreover, the diamond guard he wears is a level 9 Mysterious Iron set equipment. His weapon and shield are also level 9 Mysterious Iron ranked items, and he has over 1400 HP. Moreover, Brilliant War God has powerful techniques, himself, even 2 to 3 physical type class experts attacking together wouldn't be his match. Aqua Rose hurriedly stopped Shifeng. It was simply a farce for a swordsman to duel a shield warrior. Moreover, Black Flame was only a forger, his battle prowess was subpar at best. What? Afraid? Brilliant War God jeered as he glared at Shifeng. Alright, I'll agree, Shifeng smiled. Chapter 183, Special Condition. What did you say? Brilliant War God was stunned. Of course, I accept your challenge, Shifeng smiled. After Shifeng's reaffirmation, Brilliant War God knew that he did not hear wrong. Originally, he had thought that Shifeng would immediately reject his challenge after learning how fearsome he was. He had even been in the midst of thinking of a way to provoke or anger Shi Feng into accepting his challenge. However, it would seem that he had simply been wasting his time. He had actually met a fool with mental issues. Aqua Rose had explained to Shi Feng how amazing he was, yet this person still happily agreed. However, this situation was fine as well. It would save him plenty of trouble. I didn't think that you would have the guts. Since you've accepted, let's take this outside. Rest assured, I'll give you a quick and painless death, and I won't embarrass you too much. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Brilliant War God laughed as he headed towards the restaurant's exit. Master Black Flame, you really shouldn't agree to him. Although he usually bullies others with his authority, his strength ranks within the top 5 amongst all the shield warriors in Echo Twilight. Moreover, the Diamond Guard set equipment he just obtained is Mysterious Iron rank, while his Giant Bear War Axe is Secret Silver rank. On the other hand, you are a swordsman. You also focus on your subclass as a forger. Dueling him would only be a farce, Aqua Rose said worriedly as she walked over to Shi Feng. Aqua Rose had a clear understanding of Brilliant Wargod's strength. If he had the chance, he would humiliate Shi Feng in every way possible to take revenge for the previous incident. If Shi Feng were humiliated, how could she continue her cooperation with Shi Feng? She had already spent so much effort and purchased so many forging materials. Originally, she could have earned a big sum of money by cooperating with Shi Feng. Now, however, Brilliant War God ruined it all. She wished that she could chop Brilliant War God into pieces right this instant. Miss Aqua, thank you for informing me of this. I already understand the situation, Shi Feng thanked. It's good that you understand, Aqua Rose sighed in relief when she heard Shi Feng. Now, everything would be fine as long as she drove Brilliant War God away. Originally, Aqua Rose wanted to say, let me deal with this matter, then. However, Shi Feng interrupted her, saying, you can rest assured that I will settle this battle very quickly. Finished speaking, Shi Feng exited the restaurant as well, leaving behind a dazed Aqua Rose. After wasting her breath for so long, it turned out that Shi Feng did not understand her at all. On the contrary, he even headed to the duel with confidence. Aqua Rose started to suspect that she had misspoken, causing Shi Feng to think that Brilliant War God was extremely weak. In a city, duels could normally be conducted on the streets. However, both parties must agree to the rules and conditions before the duel could occur. Otherwise, it was only an attack, and the guards would personally kill and jail the player initiating the attack. The moment Shi Feng set foot out of the restaurant, Brilliant War God sent the duel challenge. Moreover, the rewards and punishments were already set, and only Shi Feng's agreement was necessary to start the duel officially. As the rules were absolute, once both sides agreed to them, there was no escaping the rewards or punishments. Even if players were unwilling to hand over the items gambled, the system would still automatically transfer the items to the winner. The loser would similarly receive the punishment agreed upon before the duel. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that Brilliant War God had a truly cruel heart. The condition set for the loser was an immediate drop to level 0, destroying their leveling efforts over the past several days. The loser would also have a huge level gap with the majority of the current players. It would be extremely difficult for the loser to catch up. If there are no problems, click the agree button, Brilliant War God smiled coldly. Shi Feng gave the conditions a general glance. After confirming that there were no problems, he clicked agree. Let's start this meaningless battle, then. Immediately after Shi Feng clicked agree, gigantic numbers appeared floating in midair. It was the 10-second countdown timer for the start of the duel, and players were given this time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Ha ha ha. Little brat, although this duel will be extremely boring, since you've dared slander me in front of Aqua Rose, this young master will make things a little more fun. I'll let you know what the difference in strength truly is and how it feels to painfully struggle. Brilliant War God retrieved his shield and one-handed axe from his back, his face revealing a sinister smile. He looked just like a hungry wolf hunting its prey, and a red glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Shifeng. Only at this moment did Aqua Rose exit the restaurant. Looking at Brilliant Wargood's appearance, her expression immediately sank. "I'm finished," Aqua Rose already despaired. Not mentioning the fact that Shifeng would definitely lose, Brilliant Wargood's current condition was extremely dangerous. There might even be the possibility that he would drive Shifeng insane, trapping Shifeng in fear for a long time. Brilliant War God would very rarely display such an ability. The last time Aqua Rose saw Brilliant War God in such a condition, countless corpses littered around his feet, he had massacred a small guild with several hundreds of players. She did not think that Brilliant War God would fall into this madness today. Brilliant War God was extremely arrogant in his usual battles, and he would laugh madly as he fought. Only when he entered an extremely incited condition would he occasionally reveal such a sinister and cruel appearance. During such times, Brilliant War God was a lunatic, filled with unruliness. His battle prowess would also increase by several folds. In such a state, Brilliant War God was a truly bloodthirsty berserker. If even the normal Brilliant War God ranked within the top 5 shield warriors in Twilight Echo, it was uncertain where the current Brilliant War God might rank. It was possible that even the number 1 ranking shield warrior in Twilight Echo, Lonely Leaf, might not be a match for him. Very quickly, the 10-second preparation time ended. "Little brat, I'll first cripple all 4 of your limbs. I'll turn you into a crawling worm, then toy with you slowly." Brilliant War God lifted his bone shield while his other hand wielded the giant bear war axe. His face revealed a sinister smile as he charged at Shifeng. Brilliant Wargood's current appearance did not resemble anything human. Instead, he looked more like a lunatic possessed by a demon. After entering this crazed state, Brilliant War God became extraordinarily fast and nimble. He charged Shifeng head-on. However, when Shifeng sent a sword stabbing at him, Shifeng's sword merely penetrated the afterimage left behind by Brilliant War God. "I'll first cripple your right arm." Brilliant War God suddenly appeared at Shifeng's right, his giant bear war axe abruptly descending and slashing at Shifeng's right arm. By the side, Aqua Rose's complexion turned terrifyingly pale. After seeing Shifeng taking action, she immediately knew that Shifeng was not strong at all, just as she had expected. However, it was an ordinary situation after all. To become Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 forger, Shifeng must have spent a lot of his effort on forging. Where would he find the time to increase his battle techniques? Even if Shifeng were an expert in some other virtual reality game, it would not be the same in God's domain. After entering God's domain, even the experts of other virtual reality games would only be slightly stronger than others. A lot of time was necessary to sharpen oneself in God's domain, and one needed to constantly battle monsters to improve. However, Shifeng clearly did not possess that much time. Brilliant War God would torture Shifeng here and now. He would fall into mental derangement for a long period. Even if he did not go crazy, he would be in a daze for a long time. How was she supposed to continue their trade with Shifeng in such a state? "It seems that I can only wait longer," Aqua Rose said helplessly as she looked at the right arm Brilliant War God targeted. Surprisingly, however, Shifeng did not scream in pain. Chapter 184, Absolute Suppression. At this moment, Brilliant Wargood's giant bear war axe left a deep red streak across Shifeng's arm. In God's domain, although players would not receive high damages when their limbs were attacked, they would feel a faint numbing feeling in their limbs. Moreover, the numbing effect lasted for quite some time. During this time, players' reactions would slow down, affecting their battle conditions and slightly reducing their battle prowess. However, players would rarely attack limbs when they piked others, as there was no meaning to such an action. Compared to attacking the limbs, the body was a much easier target. After all, it was much easier to defend against an attack aimed at the limbs. Moreover, the limbs were much more nimble than the body, making them harder to hit. Most importantly, however, attacking vital points on the body would cause much more damage. Normally, only when experts piked new players, would experts use such an attack method to toy with the new players. Right now, Brilliant War God clearly intended to toy with Shifeng. However, although Shifeng had been hurt, he did not scream in pain as expected. This utterly surprised Aqua Rose. Shifeng was, after all, only a forger. In God's domain, he would be the equivalent of a civilian worker, and his pain tolerance would be very low. Even if he were a battle veteran of God's domain, his face would at least twitch, and he would suck in a light breath when he received an attack. No matter how she looked at it, with Shifeng's subclass as a forger, he should at least make a sound as he was hit. Was it possible that Shifeng had turned off his pain perception completely? Normally, experts would maintain their pain perception at 30%, and only the newcomers and noobs would turn it off as they could not endure the pain. However, a majority of the players in God's domain would maintain it around 20%. No matter how one looked at Shifeng, he was by no means a newcomer or a noob, so it was impossible that he would turn off his pain perception completely. Yet, his arm sustained the hit just now, but not the slightest hint of pain showed on his face. On the contrary, a smile filled his face right now. This was simply too abnormal. However, Brilliant War God paid no mind to these matters. Although he felt that something was missing, such as the screams of pain, that would not deter his continued attacks on Shifeng. Axe swing after axe swing landed on Shifeng's four limbs, and after a full 5 seconds, Brilliant War God nearly roared with excitement from his ceaseless attacking. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's shock grew as she stood a distance away and watched the scene before her. Black Flame, which location's god are you? However, she was not shocked due to how precise Brilliant War God's crazy attacks were. Instead, she was shocked by the HP bar above Shifeng. Brilliant War God's frantic attacks barely reduced Shifeng's HP. As of this moment, Shifeng had only lost 10% of his total HP. On the contrary, after 5 seconds passed, Shifeng's HP once again rose to 95%. The most shocking thing to Aqua Rose was how little damage Brilliant War God inflicted on Shifeng. Although Brilliant War God was a shield warrior, and his damage was much less than a berserker with the same standards, at the end of the day, Brilliant War God still wore a set of level 9 Mysterious Iron set equipment. He also wielded the secret silver rank giant bear war axe, so his attack power was no less than a normal level 9 berserker. Even though Brilliant War God did not use any skills, his normal attacks failed to cause over -15 damage with each strike. Wasn't Shifeng's defense a little too frightening? Why do you still have so much HP? Brilliant War God, who had attacked all this time, suddenly stilled his hands. He had wanted to see Shifeng's suffering expression, yet, he was immediately shocked to discover that Shifeng did not lose much HP at all. He then looked at his damage log, discovering a series of damages that was only around -10. You have keen reactions, precise attacks, good battle techniques, above average standards, and you're capable of activating extraordinary condition. It's as expected of Twilight Echo's 5th ranking shield warrior. Shifeng made a general deduction of Brilliant War God standards. He then said with a smile, since you're done attacking, it should be my turn now. Shifeng was currently level 14 while Brilliant War God was only level 9. In God's domain, if players and monsters had a level gap of 3 levels, then due to the level suppression, players would have their damage reduced by around 50%. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides consisted of players, the party with the lower level would have their damage reduced by 65%. If the gap grew to 5 levels, then there would be an 80% damage reduction. For 10 levels and above, the damage reduction was 95% and above. In addition, Shifeng currently wore the Silvermoon set equipment, so his defense was very high, to begin with. After he had risen to level 14, his endurance attribute increased just beyond 80 points, activating the hidden passive skill for endurance, basic body strengthening. With this passive skill, all attacks causing less than 50 damage were greatly weakened, his battle recovery rate would slightly increase, and his stamina recovery would slightly improve as well. Due to the damage Brilliant War God caused him being extremely low, his battle recovery could replenish most of his lost HP in one shot. This was the specialty of virtual reality games. Due to the gap in levels and attributes, the disparity in strength was worlds apart. Brilliant War God was obviously unaware of this. Stop bluffing. You're merely a blockhead with high defense. Watch how I'll get rid of you and send you back to level 0. Regret becoming my enemy. Brilliant War God did not and would not believe that Shifeng could retaliate. He raised his giant bear war axe, sending a fierce slash towards Shifeng's chest. Brilliant War God no longer fooled around. He wanted to get rid of Shifeng instantly like a fierce gale, so he coupled his attack with a skill. However, standing at a distance, Aqua Rose did not think that Shifeng bluffed at all. Since the start of the battle, Shifeng had waved his sword only once, then stood without moving, allowing Brilliant War God to attack him for an entire 5 seconds continuously. 5 seconds. Even the weakest players could attack or defend many times within this amount of time. Yet, Shifeng chose to do nothing at all. The moment Brilliant War God's giant bear axe passed through Shifeng's body, Brilliant War God involuntarily revealed a cold smile. His belief that Shifeng only bluffed was reaffirmed. After image. Brilliant War God immediately noticed that sensation of his axe passing through Shifeng felt odd. At this moment, he realized that the Shifeng before him was simply an afterimage. He then spun, searching for Shifeng's position. At this moment, Shifeng had already arrived at Brilliant War God's back. His movements were silent as if he did not exist at all. Shifeng's right hand twitched, and the abyssal blade lightly pierced through Brilliant War God's back. A hole appeared in the hard armor that Brilliant War God wore, and the shield warrior instantly felt his heart cool to freezing temperatures. Brilliant War God felt an immense pain in his chest. Since when had a young master like himself experienced such a degree of pain? Immediately, he released an agonizing scream as a damage of over -300 appeared above his head. With a single hit, Brilliant War God lost over a fifth of his total HP. Such speed and attack power. Aqua Rose had distinctly witnessed it from a distance, and her shock-filled eyes involuntarily blinked as a result. She did not think that Shifeng, as a forger, would actually be so amazing in battle. His attack power was simply inhumane. Because of the equipment he possessed, Brilliant War God's defense was frightening. Yet, Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -300 damage to the warrior. Between the two of them, be it defense or attack power, Brilliant War God was far from Shifeng's equal. The disparity in strength was clear for all to behold. The two of them were on completely different levels. It was simply unbelievable. Even with Brilliant War God standards, there was still an evident gap in strength between him and Shifeng. This fight had completely renewed Aqua Rose's recognition of God's domain. After stabbing Brilliant War God once, Shifeng did not give Brilliant War God any chances. He once again waved the abyssal blade, sending a chop at Brilliant War God's body. Shifeng landed a triple damage critical attack, causing over -2,400 damage and instantly killing Brilliant War God. Chapter 185, Ruined Mountain Range. Shifeng pulled back his sword, sliding it back into its scabbard. Immediately after, an agonizing wail resounded throughout the streets. Brilliant War God stared Shifeng with eyes filled with poisonous hatred. However, there was also a thread of fear hidden within that hatred. After all, Shifeng had only used a single swordsman's skill, chop, to kill him instantly. Brilliant War God's past confidence and arrogance had, at this moment, shattered. He quietly watched as his HP frantically decreased, and in the blink of an eye, he only had 1 HP remaining. Brilliant War God fell to his knees, his eyes filled with shock and fear. As this was only a duel, Brilliant War God could escape death this time. However, as Brilliant War God regained some of his spirit, he finally understood Shifeng's comment of this would be a boring battle. At that time, Brilliant War God had still thought that it was Shifeng's arrogance, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. In reality, however, no. Brilliant War God exclaimed as he noticed his levels swiftly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen to level 0. Although duels would not allow players to die, the punishment the losing party received would not be altered in the slightest. The sinister punishment Brilliant War God had previously set for Shifeng had all come biting back at him. The system also transferred the map he gambled into Shifeng's inventory. This time, not only had he dug his own grave, but he also bought his own coffin, suffering twice the loss. Miss Aqua, I'm done. Let's continue our talks. Shifeng looked towards Aqua Rose with a smile as he spoke. Brilliant War God glared at Shifeng with a malicious expression, his teeth gnashing. Immediately after Shifeng turned his back on Brilliant War God, the shield warrior took out a Tier 1 magic scroll, using it on Shifeng. Black Flame, Die. The Tier 1 magic scroll that Brilliant War God used was a flame-type spell called Flame Spear. The scroll contained a relatively strong, single-target, destructive spell. In any case, Brilliant War God had already fallen to level 0. He would not suffer a loss if the guards captured and jailed him. At worst, he would just have to delete his account and start all over again. It would be acceptable if he could kill Shifeng and appease his hatred. Careful. Aqua Rose warned. Shifeng did not expect Brilliant War God to be insane enough to dare attack him in the middle of Blackwing City. However, due to the short distance between them, it was too late by the time Shifeng realized Brilliant War God's actions. The flame spear instantly struck Shifeng's back, and Brilliant War God revealed a sinister smile as his attack landed. This flame spear was Brilliant War God's trump card. It was capable of causing up to 2,000 flame damage to a single target. Even if Shifeng were amazing, he was a single swordsman. How high could his HP be? It would already be heaven-defying if he had 1,200 HP. With this 2,000 damage, Shifeng would unquestionably die. After the raging flames dissipated, Shifeng's HP madly fell. Ha ha ha. So what if you are amazing? Since you dared provoke this young master, only death awaits you. Brilliant War God laughed loudly as he watched Shifeng's full HP trickle to 0. Brilliant War God, you are too despicable. With this action, Aqua Rose finally saw through to Brilliant War God's true self. She did not think that he would be such despicable filth without even the most basic self-respect. Despicable? The victor becomes king, whereas the loser becomes a bandit. He can only blame himself for his own lack of skills. Brilliant War God sneered as he spoke. However, Brilliant War God's smile quickly faded the moment he discovered that Shifeng's HP had stopped decreasing after reaching 20%. Why? Why aren't you dead? Looking at Shifeng standing there, Brilliant War God retreated several steps, his trembling finger pointed at Shifeng as he panicked. This, you don't need to know. However, since you've dared take action here, I'm guessing that you're prepared to receive your punishment, Shifeng softly said. He chuckled as he clapped at the flames remaining on his body, extinguishing them. The damage caused by the flame spear could indeed kill a level 14 player with one hit. However, Shifeng was different. He possessed 20 points of fire resistance. He also had the basic body strengthening passive skill activated, which would somewhat increase some of the hidden magic resistance. In addition, Shifeng currently had a maximum HP of 1,840 points, so a single flame spear was not enough to kill him. To put it another way, Tier 1 magic had no possibility of killing him with a single hit. At most, it would gravely injure him. Impossible. Brilliant War God was completely dumbfounded by this scene. After all, that was the most powerful Tier 1 magic scroll he had in his possession. It can't be, right? Aqua Rose was similarly shocked. Fire-type magic possessed the highest destructive force of all elemental magic. Yet, Shi Feng had survived after taking a direct hit from a Tier 1 Fire-type spell. Just what kind of defense did he possess? Aqua Rose even started to suspect that Shi Feng was a shield warrior or a guardian knight in disguise. However, even guardian knights possessing the highest magic resistance could not forcefully survive this move. While the two suffered their shock, the Black Knights of Blackwing City had arrived. Compared to other towns and normal cities, Blackwing City's management was far more strict. The penalties it administered were even more unbearable. Hence, in Shi Feng's previous life, no players dared cause a scene while in Blackwing City. Any who did simply sought their own deaths. Not to mention, Brilliant War God had actually dared attack Shi Feng, who possessed the status of a demon hunter. Hence, Shi Feng did not immediately take action against Brilliant War God. In reality, he simply waited for the punishment Blackwing City would provide to Brilliant War God. Brilliant War God, you have committed an offense against Blackwing City's laws. Moreover, you attacked the Lord Demon Hunter. From now on, you will remain in jail in Blackwing City for 15 days. After your release, all your attributes would be decreased by 10% for a duration of 10 days, and the EXP you gain will decrease by 20%. The Black Knight captain walked up to Brilliant War God, stating his verdict. Hearing such a penalty, Aqua Rose sucked in a cold breath. This penalty was simply too heavy. Even if they locked Brilliant War God up for 15 days, as an Elder of Twilight Echo, there were other people available to help him level back up. However, now that he was level 0, with the 15-day gap and 20% EXP gain reduction, Brilliant War God would need to grind ceaselessly for over a month to catch up with the level of the majority of the players, not to mention catching up to the top-ranking players. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, I admit that you are amazing. However, from the moment I took action, I had already decided to delete my account and start all over again. Did you really think I would fear the system punishment? Although Brilliant War God trembled slightly when he heard the penalty he was to receive, giving it another thought, he planned to delete and rebuild his account. What should he be afraid of? Is that so? Then, I look forward to you deleting and rebuilding your account. Shi Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. Seeing Brilliant War God's confident smile, Shi Feng could not bear to shatter his fantasies. Brilliant War God thought too lightly of God's domain. If a pig-brained person like Brilliant War God could think of such a method to escape punishment, the main God system would certainly have a solution. In Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of players had thought of God's domain as only a virtual reality game. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. There were even some players who had done unscrupulous and condemnable things towards female NPCs. After all, these players all thought they could simply avoid punishment by deleting and rebuilding their accounts from scratch. However, the outcome spoke differently. Unless one no longer wanted to play God's domain, otherwise, any and all punishments would be meted out. No matter how many times one deleted their accounts or changed their gaming helmets, the consequences were inescapable. Although God's domain was a virtual reality game, it had its own bottom line as well. The rules of God's domain were the final bottom line. Any and all who dared go past this bottom line would do well to prepare themselves for their punishments, no exceptions. When Brilliant War God saw Shi Feng smile, he suddenly felt uncertain about his decision. However, when he gave it more thought, it was possible that Shi Feng just tried to frighten him. Immediately, Brilliant War God logged out of God's domain, preparing to delete and rebuild his account. Meanwhile, Shi Feng no longer cared to pay any attention to this brainless princeling. He then opened his bag, examining the clue to the God Slayer that he had just obtained. There was no marked location on this map. There were also no written words to give an explanation. If any other players were to obtain this map, they would have no clue of what to do with it. After all, they would not know the location displayed on the map, nor would they know how to look for it. Moreover, the official site did not publish a world map for God's domain. That explained Brilliant War God's ignorant generosity of wagering this map. Fortunately, Shifeng was extremely familiar with God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, the various major guilds in God's domain made their own maps of God's domain, and Shadow was no exception. 10 years after God's domain started its operation, the world map that Shadow possessed was very thorough. Meanwhile, familiarizing oneself with the world map was one of the basic requirements of a guild leader, including Shifeng. However, the map currently in Shifeng's hands displayed very complicated terrain. Only after racking his brain for some time did Shifeng manage to recall a place with a similar terrain as shown on this map. It was the forbidden territory for humans, the ruined mountain range. Chapter 186, State A Price. Just as Shifeng recognized the location shown on the map. 4 level 200 black guards appeared on Light Street, each wielding a black spear in their hands and walking towards Brilliant War God, they intended to take him away. Don't even think of catching me. Brilliant War God immediately logged out of the game. However, an unbelievable situation occurred. One could describe this as an out-of-body experience. Like an empty shell, Brilliant Wargod's body suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. However, the 4 black guards did not care much about this. 2 of the knights grabbed a hold of Brilliant Wargod's body from each side, dragging him away from Light Street. Soon after, the black knights also dispersed from the scene. Master Black Flame, what is going on here? Didn't Brilliant War God log off? Logically, his body should also have disappeared. Aqua Rose looked at Shifeng, her shining eyes blinking as she asked. Although Aqua Rose did not know why she would ask Shifeng, her instincts told her that Shifeng might know the answer. If Shifeng knew that Aqua Rose had asked him about this matter out of instinct, the fearsomeness of a woman's intuition would certainly surprise him. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, Shifeng simply smiled and said, "It should be that the system doesn't allow players avoid punishment." Blackwing City's judgment was, without a doubt, the system's judgment. If Brilliant War God had properly received his punishment, he would only have to pay the smallest price. However, if Brilliant War God deleted and rebuilt his account, not to mention losing the money and equipment that he originally had, he would also lose all the reputation he had earned in God's domain. Reputation was not easy to gain. After all, many of the quests that rewarded players with reputation points were unique quests. So, it is like that. Aqua Rose understood the truth of the matter. Otherwise, if everyone simply deleted and rebuilt their accounts the moment they did something nefarious, wouldn't that turn God's domain into a heaping mess? However, along with the passing of time, player levels would become higher, while the chances of such matters occurring would decrease as well. After all, players had dedicated a great amount of time and energy onto cultivating their God's domain accounts. There would be few people with the courage to start all over again. However, if players encountered a situation like Brilliant Wargod's, a majority of them would choose to delete and rebuild. After all, it would be much faster to start all over again, and it could be a way to take advantage of the system. Naturally, the main God system would not make such a mistake. Regarding the calamity that had befallen Brilliant War God, Aqua Rose did not display a hint of sympathy. On the contrary, she was very grateful for Shifeng's significant help. Her and Brilliant Wargod's families had always been friendly with each other, and both families intended to increase and widen their wealth and influence through marriage. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had, from the very beginning, opposed this notion. She intended to create a legacy for herself, increasing her right of speech within her family to oppose this marriage. God's domain just so happened to have given her this very good chance. As long as she could further herself in God's domain, and adding in Brilliant Wargod's actions, she could easily vanquish the notion of marriage between the two families. After dealing with the matter of Brilliant War God, Shifeng and Aqua Rose returned to the restaurant and resumed their business talks. Originally, Shifeng wanted to investigate the God Slayer's whereabouts. However, he set it aside for now. In God's domain, the ruined mountain range was an absolutely forbidden place for humans. In Shifeng's previous life, many players did not believe this fact. In the end, all who went there found only death. From then on, nobody dared casually enter the ruined mountain range. With Shi Feng's current strength, not to mention entering the ruined mountain range, even the path leading to the ruined mountain range presented an impossible challenge for Shi Feng. How would he reach the location marked on the map? The only choice he had right now was to increase his strength. When he had sufficient strength, he could then think of a way to go there. Master Black Flame, these are the various forging materials that you've requested. Due to limited bag space, I've only brought the rare and precious materials. This time, Master Black Flame has helped me a great deal, so I'll sell these to you at a lower price. You just need to pay me 43 gold coins for them. Aqua Rose displayed the transaction list, smiling as she spoke. The cost of purchasing all these materials came to a total of just over 37 gold. Originally, Aqua Rose intended to sell all these materials to Shi Feng for 50 gold. However, since Shi Feng had helped her out, she chose to earn a little less in this transaction. Initially, Aqua Rose had not possessed enough gold coins to purchase all these materials. However, she made a big profit from the glimmer chestplate forging designs, which she bought from Shi Feng last time. Not only had she earned over 100 gold coins, but she also earned back all the credits she used to purchase the forging designs. She still had quite a few glimmer chestplate forging designs remaining. If she sold all of them, she could still earn tens of gold coins and hundreds of thousands of credits. Even for an apex first-rate guild like Twilight Echo, the entire guild's currently available fluid funds only amounted to 20 to 30 gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose had over 100 gold in her possession, invoking the guild's elders' jealousy. After having the first tastes of profit, Aqua Rose greatly anticipated the surprise Shi Feng was about to create. 43 gold. When Shi Feng looked at the transaction list, his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually gathered so many materials. Taking a quick glance at the transaction list, the materials listed were all rare, required for forging mysterious iron and secret silver ranked items. There were even some extremely rare fine gold ranked materials. At this stage of the game, it was absolutely impossible for players to find any of these materials in Star Moon Kingdom. Aqua Rose had also bought a large quantity of hard stones, as Shi Feng had specially requested a lot of them. Now, Aqua Rose had close to 1,000 stacks of hard stones for Shi Feng, completely filling up her ore bags. Shi Feng could not help but admit that the ore country was aptly named. Ore bags were different from normal bags. They were specifically made for storing forging materials. Hence, these bags had extremely large storage spaces, and each one was several times, some even several tens of times, larger than a normal bag. In Aqua Rose's case, aside from her main bag having 100 slots, her remaining 6 bags were all ore bags. Every one of her ore bags had 350 slots for items, and all 6 ore bags were currently filled to the brim. The country Aqua Rose came from did not lack ores. Hence, Aqua Rose only sold each stack of hard stones to Shi Feng at a price of 80 copper coins. Aqua Rose had probably purchased all of these hard stones at an even lower price. Compared to these sold in Star Moon Kingdom, the price of these hard stones was simply too cheap. Right now, each stack of hard stones sold for 3 silver coins. Just by selling these hard stones to other players, Shi Feng could make a profit of several times his cost. Moreover, those players would fight over these hard stones. However, even Shi Feng could not afford 43 gold in a single transaction. Fortunately, Shi Feng came prepared. He removed a pile of level 8 and level 9 bronze equipment and quite a lot of mysterious iron equipment from his bag. He had personally forged a majority of the equipment, while he had obtained the remainder from the Moonlight Forest. However, the most eye-catching equipment among was the level 10 secret silver ranked one-handed swords, the Silver Dawns, that Shi Feng had crafted. Secret silver weapons, even to a first-rate guild, they were extremely rare. Normally, only the core upper echelons of the guild would possess 2 to 3 secret silver ranked items, while the elites of the guild could not even dream of possessing one. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng had filled the private room with equipment, dazzling the sight of all beholders. Making a general count, Shi Feng had over 500 pieces of equipment. Aqua Rose was instantly dumbfounded by this sight. Only after tens of seconds had passed did she gradually recover her spirit, and shock filled her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Chapter 187, Frightening Forger. The private room of the restaurant was very large. However, it was insufficient to contain all of the weapons and equipment that Shi Feng had taken out. The entire room was cramped with items right now. After counting for a long while, Aqua Rose finally had a firm grasp on the number of weapons and equipment that Shi Feng had brought. Among them, there were over 200 level 8 and above bronze weapons, over 300 pieces of level 8 and above bronze equipment, 70 level 9 and above mysterious iron weapons, 80 pieces of level 9 and above mysterious iron equipment, and 20 level 10 silver dawns. There was close to a total of 700 weapons and pieces of equipment. With this much equipment, Aqua Rose would have no problems gearing up even a 100-man team. The attributes of the Silver Dawns were especially frightening. Compared to the giant bear war axe that brilliant war god had, the Silver Dawn's attributes were much stronger. Twilight Echo had sacrificed many of their elite members to obtain brilliant wargod's level 9 giant bear war axe. After all, it was only a normal occurrence to lose over 20 elite players when dealing with a chieftain-ranked field boss. Chieftain-ranked field bosses were extremely rare in God's domain, and meeting one all depended on luck. Moreover, after meeting one, sacrifices were necessary to bring it down. This was the exchange of the lives of the guild's elites for equipment, and it was a huge loss to the guild. Yet, Shi Feng casually displayed 20 secret silver weapons. Aqua Rose no longer knew how to describe Shi Feng. Despite having an immeasurably high strength, his standards as a forger were also at their apex, as Aqua Rose had yet to hear news of any player forging a secret silver-ranked item. Shi Feng's existence simply caused others despair. At the same time, Aqua Rose had finally come to an understanding of just how frightening a forger could be. If any guild could have a forger like Shi Feng, that guild would not have to worry about trying to obtain equipment. As long as they had the forging designs, they could have whatever equipment they wanted, and at any time they wanted it. There would be no need for them to waste tremendous effort to kill bosses. Moreover, killing an extremely powerful boss would only yield several pieces of equipment. On the other hand, as long as a forger had the materials, they could create as many pieces of equipment as they wanted. It was much faster and more convenient. Miss Aqua, you look a little pale. Are you all right? Shi Feng looked at the dazed Aqua Rose, asking with concern. Me? As Aqua Rose regained her senses, she involuntarily wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm fine. Why would I have any problems? Is it possible that Miss Aqua can't afford this many weapons and equipment? If this is so, just pick as many as you can. Shi Feng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's situation. After all, even a first-rate guild could not buy up all this equipment in one go, not to mention Aqua Rose by herself. Master Black Flame, I want all of these items. However, can we carry out the transaction with credits? Otherwise, if I give Master Black Flame all of my gold coins, I would starve. Aqua Rose smiled bitterly. There were so many good items before her eyes, and it would be a sin not to gobble all of them up right now. What did the various large guilds lack the most? The answer was obvious: high-level weapons and equipment. Level 8 and above weapons and equipment just so happened to be what guilds lacked the most. Just a single piece of level 8 bronze equipment was worth well over 20 silvers on the market right now. Level 8 bronze weapons even sold for 30 silvers or more, while level 9 mysterious iron equipment was worth 50 silvers or more, and level 9 mysterious iron weapons sold for 80 silvers or more. As for the level 10 secret silver weapons, the Silver Dawns, they were priceless treasures, and not a single person out there would willingly sell one. If a price were truly to be set, with the Silver Dawn's attributes, at the very least, it would sell for 2 gold coins or more. 20 Silver Dawns would then equate 40 gold coins. That was nearly half of all the game currency Aqua Rose owned. Moreover, this was the lowest price for the Silver Dawn. That's fine as well. I'll just take these forging materials, in addition to 50 gold, to cover for a portion of the bill. You can pay the remainder using credits, Shifeng spoke after giving it some thought. This, Aqua Rose hesitated for a long time. In the end, however, she gnashed her teeth as she agreed, saying, "All right, I understand." Hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose really wished that she could recruit Shifeng. In just a few moments, Shifeng had taken away a greater half of the gold coins she had earned after much effort. Aqua Rose felt extreme frustration in her heart. However, Aqua Rose suddenly discovered that she truly did not possess anything that could attract Shifeng to her side. Regarding weapons and equipment, as a forger, Shifeng did not lack any of these, to begin with. His money-earning capabilities were obvious. As for status, although he was simply a nobody right now, the moment the name of the Black Flame Forger spread, his status would become undeniably grand, earning the respect of others. The only thing remaining was a girlfriend. If Shifeng did not have one right now, there were plenty of great beauties in Aqua Rose's elite team. Every one of them possessed beauty that could easily move one's heart, and their bodies were all curved in the right places. Plenty of men often tried to court these women. Aqua Rose would be rich if she could get one of her team's beauties to hook up Shifeng. However, it would be unquestionably foolish if she asked Shifeng this question right now. She could only wait until their relationship grew before digging for some hints. If Shifeng knew the thoughts Aqua Rose had in her head right now, she would probably frighten him away. After all, who would have thought that the elegant and cheerful Aqua Rose could be so cunning? Very quickly, the two of them completed their transaction. Aside from obtaining the 43 gold's worth of materials from selling the equipment, Shifeng also obtained an additional 50 gold coins and over 2 million credits. Just by striving for 3 short days, Shifeng had instantly multiplied the 10+ gold he had initially spent by more than 10 folds. Shifeng had made a huge profit from this trade. This time, regarding gold coins, Shifeng had once again become the richest person in White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was also greatly pleased. With this many weapons and equipment, she could greatly strengthen her own legion and very quickly turn it into the #1 legion in Twilight Echo. At that time, her right to speak would also grow, while those elders would no longer dare speak nonsense in front of her. Master Black Flame, let's schedule next trade for 4 days from now. It just so happens to coincide with the day the Blackwing auction will be held. What do you think? Without realizing it, Aqua Rose treated Shifeng as a good friend now. All right. I can also save the number of uses left on the pass. Shifeng nodded in agreement. He had earned simply too much this time. He also needed quite some time to forge new weapons and equipment. Now that Aqua Rose had yet to obtain additional Blackwing City passes, it was also beneficial to have a time extension. Soon after, the two parted ways. Shifeng then went to purchase more frost grenades. This time, he bought a full stack of 200 intermediate frost grenades for 18 gold. He also bought 5 stacks of 1000 basic frost grenades for 13 gold, 50 silver. In just a short moment, he had spent 31 gold, 50 silver. However, Shifeng did not feel any heartache over it, as the money he obtained from Aqua Rose just now was simply the tip of the iceberg. The true iceberg was still within his grasp with the incomparably popular hard stone. To Aqua Rose, whetstones were neither rare nor special. After all, being from the Ore country, such items were available in abundance. The number of forgers there was as plentiful as the hairs on an ox, so they were not particularly desperate for such items. However, it was a different story for the Star Moon Kingdom, with the various guilds in the White River City region who were desperately trying to level up. These guilds were in desperate need of hard stones. Yet, it was just too difficult to obtain any. They might even go bald from overworrying right now. As for after these guilds entered White River City, Shifeng did not need to worry that these guilds would suddenly halt their need for whetstones. Even after everyone entered White River City, the issue of durability would still plague them. It might even become a much more serious issue. Hence, Shifeng did not worry in the slightest that he could not sell his hard stones. He merely had to decide at what price he would sell them for. Just as Shifeng was about to return to White River City, Blackie suddenly sent news. "Brother Feng, this is not good. Right now, all of the guilds within the White River City region are looking for you. They say that if you do not give an explanation on the official forums, all the guilds within the White River City region will add us to the wanted list." Chapter 188, You Are Digging Your Own Grave. After reading Blackie's message, Shifeng was confused. Why would the guilds within the White River City region suddenly look for trouble with them for no reason? Moreover, they even wanted an explanation. What did they want him to explain? However, Shifeng did not pay further attention to this matter. It would be better for him to get the details after he returned to White River City. Hence, he took out the 7 Luminaries crystal, teleporting to White River City. Level 10 Monster Area, White Sand Ruins. A 40-man elite team was currently clearing level 10 desert twin-headed snakes. Every member of the team took action in an organized fashion, and very quickly, the team dispatched all of the tens of desert twin-headed snakes, turning them into an abundance of EXP. This elite team belonged to the guild, Martial Union, chased out of Red Leaf Town by Shifeng. Meanwhile, the leader of this team none other than Unstable Devastation. "Boss Unstable, the deed is done. I've already told them the conditions, pros, and cons. At that time, we'll share the secret Shifeng used to reach level 10 quickly. Currently, there are a total of 8 unrated guilds that have agreed to enter our little alliance." An assassin came running, reporting. "Good, you've done well." Unstable Devastation laughed with a smirk on his face. He then said confidently, "Yifeng, you are the one courting death. You actually dared ignore my words. Now, the entire White River City region has discovered the leveling secret you used to reach level 10. I've also established my own alliance. Whether you reveal that leveling secret or not, you will be finished." When Shifeng had utterly rejected him, Unstable Devastation had been sent into a daze for a long time. He did not think that Shifeng would act so decisively. However, since Unstable Devastation could not control Shifeng through threats, he could only use a more strenuous method to deal with Shifeng, publicizing the matter about this secret to all of the other guilds. Now that the competition between the various large guilds was so intense, every one of these guilds worked towards swiftly raising their members' levels to level 10. Meanwhile, Shifeng possessed a leveling secret that could allow these guilds to achieve such a feat, so these various large guilds would naturally want it. After all, while the other guilds still worried over the matter of reaching level 10, Shifeng's entire team was already level 10 and currently developed themselves further in White River City. Their situations were worlds apart. Currently, Shifeng's team occupied all of the resources available in White River City. With that access, they could increase the gap even further. By the time the majority of the players in the White River City region entered White River City, Shifeng's team may already occupy all the high-level resource areas available in the city. How were other players supposed to mingle in White River City then? That was to say, if any guild could obtain Shifeng's leveling secret, they would become a tyrant in White River City in the future. With such a temptation in sight, who could resist? Not to mention, Shifeng was merely an independent player. He did not have the protection of any major power. God's domain was still not kind enough to allow a weakling exclusive monopoly on treasures. With treasures up for grabs, how could any of these guilds let go of this chance? They would do whatever they could to snatch it. As for obtaining the leveling secret through fair trade, it was an impossible notion. After all, the initial criterion for a fair trade was that both parties had to be of equal power. How could a single independent player possibly equal a large guild? If Shifeng did not obediently hand the leveling secret over, there would only be a single ending for him, death. However, even if he handed it over, death would still be the only thing awaiting him. This was the sorrow of weaklings. At this moment, even unstable devastation pitted Shifeng. However, who told this fool to refuse his kind suggestion? White River City, Trade Area, Bank. The moment Shifeng returned to White River City, he immediately emptied all of the forging materials he had on him into the bank. Seeing over 10,000 slots of his warehouse full to the brim, Shifeng could not help but grow emotional. After all, in his previous life, he did not possess such a rich and spectacular warehouse. He wondered just how much money he could make if he sold all of these items. At the very least, it should be enough to serve as his guild's reserve funds. In actuality, Shifeng's current fame could allow him to establish a guild easily. However, Shifeng chose to do it surely, but steadily. He should first deal with the welfare of the guild. After finishing that, the guild he established would shock the world, and no power out there would be able to touch them. Even if those third-rate and second-rate guilds wished to suppress his guild, they could not stop his guild's swift development. After all, his guild would already possess a sturdy foundation and huge funding at that time. A small skirmish would not easily destroy it. After he finished tidying up his warehouse, Shifeng opened his system message log, taking a look at what was actually going on. Previously, to prevent unstable devastation from disturbing his trade, Shifeng had set his system communication and messages to prevent strangers from disturbing him. However, he did not think that so much would occur during the time he did so. Compared to when he entered White River City, the messages he now received exceeded 10,000. Independent players had sent a majority of them, while various guilds had sent the minority. After reading a few of these messages, Shifeng managed to grasp the general gist of what these players wanted. A majority of these players wanted to privately purchase his strategy of quickly reaching to level 10, while a minority of them directly demanded that Shifeng hand the strategy over. Naturally, this minority consisted of guild representatives. Every one of the words in their messages contained force. Although they did not use threatening words, their intent was unmistakable. They told Shifeng to do whatever he saw fit, but he would have to take responsibility for the consequences. Meanwhile, the demand for an explanation posted on the forums was also the doing of these guilds. They were clearly trying to force him into a corner. Fortunately, however, the guilds that had directly suggested that Shifeng hand over the leveling strategy were all unrated, without a single rated guild among them. Unstable devastation, Shifeng's brows wrinkled, a chilling battle intent shone in his eyes. This was a scheme concocted by Unstable Devastation in order to push him down to a hell beyond salvation. From the experiences in his past life, Shifeng clearly understood a single matter. A hungry ghost could never devour enough. Even Shadow is trying to have a part in this? Shifeng found a new post on the forums. It was a declaration of alliance made by Unstable Devastation and several other guilds. They requested Shifeng to hand over his leveling strategy to satisfy everyone. Otherwise, they would impose a sanction on him. Meanwhile, Shadow was among the several guilds that had joined this alliance. Immediately, plenty of people showed their support for Unstable Devastation. They all wanted Shifeng to hand over his leveling strategy, benefiting everyone. Shifeng simply smiled. Did they really take him for someone who could be easily bullied, someone they could mold in the palm of their hands? If Gentle Snow possessed this leveling secret, these guilds and players would have long since shut their mouths. Rather, they would cheer and sing her praises. Immediately after, Shifeng created a post on the forums. Selling the leveling strategy to reach level 10 quickly for 10 billion credits. All insincere buyers will be ignored. Shifeng then set aside the official forums, looking at the time. It was nearing dawn in the real world, so Shifeng promptly logged off to rest. However, Shifeng's post had instantly become popular. almost everybody paid attention to it when they saw Shifeng's asking price of 10 billion. Those who had previously wanted Shifeng to publicly disclose the strategy for free now cursed even more fervently. 10 billion credits? Why don't you die instead? Unstable Devastation and other unknown guilds had all involuntarily cursed the moment they saw Yifeng's post. This Yifeng had simply gone insane for money. Which fool out there would spend 10 billion credits to buy a garbage strategy? However, anyone smart enough could easily discern Shifeng's true intentions. Naturally, these guilds also understood what Shifeng tried to say. This was Shifeng's way of indirectly sending them a message, saying, "Want this secret for free? Dream on." Without a doubt, Shifeng declared war with these guilds. "Yifeng, you are digging your own grave." Unstable Devastation spoke in rage, though his tone carried with it a hint of gloating. He was furious due to Shifeng ridiculing him for being poor, while he was happy as there were over 30 guilds who would deal with Shifeng. Even if Shifeng were amazing, he would still be finished the moment these guilds entered White River City. Unless, of course, Shifeng could repeat the scene from last time, banishing all of these guilds from White River City. However, was that possible? Chapter 189, Berserk Market. Shortly after Shifeng logged off, the post Shifeng had left on the forums became instantly popular. One view became 10, 10 became 100. Players had strong gossiping hearts, so they would not miss out on this good show. Within a short 20 minutes, almost all players within the White River City region had discovered this matter. The guilds that had demanded the leveling strategy from Shifeng were all enraged. Crap! Find all of the information about that little bastard for me. Not only am I going to kill him back to level 0, but I'm also going to kill all his friends back to level 0. Since he dares humiliate Ghostwheel, he can forget thinking of mingling in God's domain any longer. Sleeping Bones, the guild leader of Ghostwheel, was furious after listening to his subordinate's report. Although Ghostwheel was an unrated guild, they were still a large guild with over 5,000 members. Yet, a lone, independent player looked down on them. How were they supposed to show their faces in public in the future if they took this lying down? "Leader, I've already investigated him," an elementalist said. "Speak." "Since he dares look down on Ghostwheel, I can't retain the name Sleeping Bones if I don't kill all of his friends back to level 0. Sleeping Bones bellowed. "That Yifeng is an independent player, and I've confirmed that he has 8 team members. Aside from them, Yifeng also has a good relationship with Stabbing Heart, the vice leader of the Assassin's Alliance. Rumor also has it that he has a very close relationship with the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, as well," that elementalist answered. Sleeping Bones suddenly fell silent. Was this a joke? If they dared to actually kill Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance and Gentle Snow of Ouroboros, then the day they entered White River City would be the day Ghostwheel disbanded. Forget it. I, Sleeping Bones, am a magnanimous person. We'll just stick to killing Yifeng and his teammates, lest we want other people to start gossiping about us. Roger. Guild leader is the wisest. At the same time, the other guilds that did not have a clear understanding of Shifeng began their investigations about him. They were prepared to properly deal with him the moment they entered White River City. Meanwhile, on the forums, players were currently discussing this incident. They all felt that White River City's battle of the century was about to begin. This fellow brother Yifeng simply too awesome. Isn't he trying to oppose those various guilds? He is just overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? When these guilds enter White River City, it will take no effort for them to destroy him. What do you know? Yifeng is a god-ranked expert. Previously, he turned Martial Union upside down, while Martial Union could do nothing against him. They were even chased out of Red Leaf Town. Now, Yifeng is even facing off against so many strong powers. He is truly my generation's role model. What's so amazing about that? I could do it as well. Don't forget, that incident happened in a town. The various large guilds' strength scattered. How many members could they possibly have in a single town? It was only natural that they were defeated. There were many players browsing the forums. However, a majority of them did not feel optimistic about Shifeng's chances. They were especially confused about Shifeng's actions. Just how stupid could Shifeng be, to actually dare taunt the guilds? Was he not afraid of these guilds taking revenge and killing him back to level 0? Along with the growing intensity of the discussions, the so-called God-ranked expert had also become a courageous fool. Many started ridiculing Shifeng. Just when the forums reached their zenith, Shifeng's White River City guidebook post revealed itself the moment the preset time arrived. The post's appearance caused a massive ripple effect. The White River City guidebook was undeniably what various large guilds needed the most right now. A few level 9 independent players also urgently needed it. If these players had the White River City guidebook, they would not have to spend a large amount of time exploring the city. They only needed to refer to the guidebook to learn what they needed to know. Compared to the heavenly price of 10 billion for a single leveling strategy, using 20,000 credits to purchase a luxury version of the White River City guidebook was unquestionably a lot cheaper. It was practically the price of cabbage. Also, the cheaper, simplified version only sold for 300 credits. These various guilds and players could easily accept that price. However, afraid of Shifeng's trickery, a large majority of the guilds chose to purchase the simplified guidebook, taking a look at it before making further decisions. After all, they could afford a loss of 300 credits. As for the players that wished to develop themselves in God's domain, they all grew extremely curious about White River City, a fascinating city. They wished to experience it in advance, so many players had gnashed their teeth as they bought the simplified guidebook. Within half an hour, the simplified version of the White River City guidebook was like a best-selling novel. Sales of the guidebook continuously increased, and before anyone knew it, over 5,000 copies had already sold. In other words, Shifeng had earned 1.5 million credits within this short time. Many players had discovered business opportunities from this. Players who originally worried about whether or not they could make money in God's domain relaxed at this sight. After all, Shifeng was their best example. As long as they could grasp a hold of the opportunity, becoming rich in a single night was not just a dream, it was just like how Shifeng became the first person to enter White River City. Immediately, plenty of players outside of the White River City region grew excited. If they too could be the first to enter their own respective cities and write a city guidebook, couldn't they also become rich? This thought inspired desperation in all of the players in God's domain. As if possessed by the devil, they all started rushing to level up. They all wished to become the first person to enter their respective cities, making a huge profit and becoming rich overnight. Meanwhile, in the trade market of the entire Star Moon Kingdom, the popularity of whetstones had instantly soared. As long as a forger had at least a 30% success rate of crafting whetstones, the various large guilds would instantly target them. The guilds used all sorts of methods to recruit these forgers, continuously raising the standard of treatment. As a result, these forgers earned salaries comparable to the white-collar workers in the big cities. Such a result inspired other players to become forgers. However, forging materials were utterly necessary if one wanted to hone their forging skill. Like adding fuel to a fire, this new situation instantly ignited a blazing inferno that raged through all of the Star Moon Kingdom. The prices of forging materials soared, again and again, madly increasing the price of hard stones as well. By the time Shifeng entered God's domain that night, a stack of 20 hard stones already sold for a sky-high price of 8 silver coins. However, the supply could not keep up with the demand. Furthermore, even the most common bronze ore sold for 15 silver coins per stack, with 200 per stack. Ha ha ha. Luck can't be stopped once it comes. I would never have thought that the White River City guidebook would so fiercely drive the materials market. Shifeng rejoiced the moment he logged in. During the day, aside from training his body, Shi Feng had gone to the city center to look for suitable locations to start up his workshop. His requirements were very simple. He wanted a good environment surrounding the office building. After surveying over 10 locations, Shi Feng finally found a relatively pleasing office building. It was located in the city center. Moreover, it was an entire floor being sold. The office floor had a wide space of 5,000 square meters, so it was extremely spacious. There would be no problems turning it into an office for several hundred people. Moreover, the surrounding environment and traffic were convenient. However, the most important factor was that the office was relatively close to Big Dipper, the best gym in Jinhai City. The owner of the office floor only sold it to make up for issues surfacing with his business. Otherwise, he would not bear parting with such an amazing location. However, that person had set a price of 60 million credits for the place, with each square meter priced at 12,000 credits. Although such a price was not considered expensive in the city center, it was not cheap either. Shi Feng only had somewhere over 20 million credits stored in his bank right now. He still needed that money for the fellowship party hosted by his school. In the end, Shi Feng could only ask the owner for 15 days to think it over. Shi Feng never imagined that he would be given a fright the moment he returned to God's domain. When he saw the sales of the White River City guidebook, he even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Chapter 190, Taking Precautions. Shi Feng had already received attention since the problem of the leveling strategy cropped up. Now that he had priced the leveling strategy at a shockingly high price of 10 billion credits, he was once more pushed into the spotlight. Hence, it was only natural for the White River City guidebook to receive everyone's attention the moment it appeared. These sales had far exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Shi Feng quietly called up the half-transparent display screen. When he examined the sales records displayed on the official forums, Shi Feng involuntarily revealed a knowing smile. The simplified version of the White River City guidebook sold 25,364 copies. The luxury version of the White River City guidebook sold 367 copies. In only half a day's time, the sales had already reached such numbers. Even a best-selling book could achieve such a feat. The simplified version, which was the cheapest version of the guidebook, already cost 300 credits. This was much more expensive than any ordinary book. However, over 25,000 copies still sold. Moreover, 367 copies of the 20,000 credit version of the guidebook also sold. It was obvious just how great the business opportunities were in God's domain. Just the credits Shi Feng earned within a day exceeded 10 million. It was practically faster than robbing a bank. Of course, the main contributor to such success was Shi Feng becoming too eye-catching and famous, even if most of it was infamy. Moreover, along with the passing of time, the sales of the White River City guidebook would still increase. Although Shi Feng won't be earning as much as he was now, his daily earnings would still be considerable. Originally, Shi Feng estimated his earnings from the guidebooks would be around several million credits. Moreover, he reached this conclusion after taking into consideration that every guild within the White River City region would purchase a copy of the luxury version. However, the conversation records on the forums made it clear that it wasn't just players within the White River City region paying attention to the guidebook. Players and guilds from other cities also purchased the guidebooks, which, in turn, led to such a high selling rate. Although it was a strange situation, Shi Feng could guess the intentions of the players and guilds of other cities. The difference between cities was not particularly large. Mostly, only the quests available, leveling spots, and amount of NPCs were different. However, the main rules in a city and the ways to develop a guild in a city were the same. As long as they bought the White River City guidebook, they would understand the basic rules of their respective cities. They could also quickly adapt to the playstyle in the cities. So, naturally, they would purchase a copy of the guidebook to get a general understanding of their respective cities. Now that Shifeng had gained over 10 million credits for no good reason, confidence regarding his future filled his heart. He might even be able to suppress Shadow at the fellowship party in a few days, becoming the center of attention during the party. However, before he could become the focal point, he needed to make plenty of preparations. After all, his background was simply too weak compared to Shadow's right now. Hard stones will soar in price from now on. It should reach its peak by the time the first corporation enter White River City. That time would be the best opportunity for me to sell my stock and make a killing. Shifeng closed the official forums as he thought. Right now, aside from credits, he needed a lot of gold coins to increase his workshop's background. However, he could not just hold on to a ton of gold coins. After all, the true way of earning money in a virtual reality game was by spending money in the first place. He currently had far too few coins to carry out such a feat, hence, he needed to earn many more gold coins. Right now, becoming enemies with that many unrated guilds had placed quite a pressure on Shifeng. Although these guilds were not much of a threat to him as a lone player, he still wanted to establish his own guild in the future. Such a situation would be detrimental to his guild. As the saying went, the barefooted did not fear those with shoes. Establishing your own guild was the equivalent of putting on shoes. Having a guild was the equivalent of having a house, supplying your enemies with an easy target, they could deal with you with greater ease. Hence, in Shifeng's previous life, plenty of small guilds were forced to disperse due to being targeted by a large guild. On the other hand, the fixed teams formed by independent players got by rather peacefully, and it went without saying that lone players could do so as well. However, there was a limit to the strength of a single individual in God's domain. It was the same in the case of a large team. If Shifeng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he, even more, was in need of the strength of a guild. Hence, establishing a guild was his only available option. To reduce the pressure on himself, Shifeng needed to increase the pressure on these unrated guilds. That way, they couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Although there was still a long time until these guilds would search him out, it was wise to take precautions. Immediately, Shifeng contacted Stabbing Heart. Brother Yifeng, I am truly grateful for your help the last time. Because of your guidebook, the elite teams of our guild could prepare far more than other guilds. After we enter White River City, I believe it won't be long before our Assassins Alliance reigns supreme over the other guilds in White River City. Stabbing Heart excitedly said, however, after not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Brother Yifeng would grow even more famous. I am truly envious. If I become as famous as Brother Yifeng, I might even be promoted to an elder position during the next guild meeting. I'd rather be more ordinary, Shifeng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Although Shifeng had long since been prepared for this in his heart, he did not think that the actual situation would be so intense. Brother Yifeng, since you are looking for me, do you need help for something? Stabbing Heart asked. Normally, Shifeng would not take the initiative to contact him unless there was something going on. Of course. Moreover, it is good news for you, Shifeng laughed. Good news? Stabbing Heart grew slightly excited. He had received plenty of praises from the guild leader due to the help he received from Shifeng the past several times. As a result, his position in Assassin's Alliance had risen by quite a bit. Meanwhile, the matter of the White River City guidebook even earned him the good graces of the guild elders. They had already labeled him as one of the reserve elders of the guild. Such a promotion was rare in the Assassin's Alliance, and it displayed how highly the guild leader and elders thought of him. Do you lack hard stones right now? Shifeng asked. Lack? My subordinates and I have a headache over this matter right now. Even though I'd sent many people out to grind, the amount of hard stones we obtained is merely a drop in the bucket. Does Brother Yifeng need some hard stones right now? Stabbing Heart breathed out a tired sigh when he heard the words, hard stone. He then immediately said, if Brother Yifeng needs them, I should be able to gather 3 to 4 stacks for you. I truly can't spare any more than that. Stabbing Heart only spoke the truth. After all, he had prepared these hard stones for the forgers in his guild to craft whetstones. Brother Stabbing Heart, you're overthinking things. I'm not calling to buy, but to sell, Shifeng laughed. Sell? Stabbing Heart was awe-stricken. Hard stones were extremely rare right now, and it was insanely difficult for average players to obtain them. Not to mention selling them, players would normally choose to keep them for their own use. After all, if one wanted to level up quickly, whetstones were a must. How many do you have? Be it 2 or 3 stacks, I want all of them. I'll even buy them at above market price. What do you think about 9 silver coins per stack? In Stabbing Heart's mind, Shifeng was only an independent player. It was already heaven-defying for him to have 2 to 3 stacks. After all, Stabbing Heart's own team, which consisted of hundreds of players, had only managed to obtain 3 to 4 stacks after a long time. No, I have 50 stacks. However, I'm only taking coins for them, Shifeng casually responded, extended 5 fingers. Chapter 191, Star Moon's Big 10. Stabbing Heart immediately froze in shock when he heard that Shifeng had 50 stacks of hard stones. The entire Assassin's Alliance could not even manage to gather up 5 full stacks. Yet, Shifeng said he had 50. If 50 stacks of hard stones were used to craft whetstones, even if the forgers crafting them had slightly lower success rates, it could allow all the elite players in the Assassin's Alliance to reach level 10, entering White River City. Brother Yifeng, you're not tricking me, right? Do you really have 50 stacks? Stabbing Heart asked doubtfully. It was not that he did not trust Shifeng, but this number was simply too huge. Even a first-rate guild in a town could not offer up that many. It would be impressive if they could even gather 6 to 7 stacks. Naturally. Since when have I joked around before? Shifeng shook his head, laughing. The reason Shifeng offered Stabbing Heart this many hard stones was not purely to earn coins. A large part of the reason was to assist the Assassin's Alliance in entering White River City and starting their development at an earlier date. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main forces were all stationed around the few cities near White River City. As long as the Assassin's Alliance grew stronger, with his relationship with Stabbing Heart could help him suppress and stamp out those unrated guilds. That way, these guilds would be too busy dealing with the Assassin's Alliance to pay any attention to him. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to sell some hard stones to Gentle Snow as well. However, Gentle Snow's team was simply developing too quickly. They had managed to reach level 10 in only half a day's time, and at this time, all the elite members of Ouroboros had already arrived at White River City. Naturally, they would not need his help anymore. The most important point was that Gentle Snow possessed the super luxury version of the White River City guidebook that Shifeng had sold to her. With it, she could easily widen the gap between herself and the other guilds, standing out from the crowd. Now that Shifeng had protective umbrellas like Gentle Snow and Stabbing Heart, would those unrated guilds possibly dare do anything to him? He could progress with his own development with a peace of mind. Brother Yifeng, I don't know how to thank you for this. If you have anything you need help with in the future, just mention it. If it is something that I can help with, I will give it my all. Stabbing Heart was extremely touched right now. In his heart, he had already taken Shifeng as his good brother. However, for gold, 50 silver was not easy to obtain. He needed some time to gather the liquid funds from the other towns and collect some from the money farming team. Although it was a large expenditure, with 50 stacks of hard stones, Stabbing Heart could allow the team in Red Leaf Town to be the first team, out of all the other team in the Assassin's Alliance, to enter White River City. At that time, he would receive a promotion in the guild once more. He might even become an elder of the Assassin's Alliance. Meanwhile, such an achievement was only possible due to Shifeng's help. Although Stabbing Heart felt slightly ashamed of himself for not being of great help to Shifeng, he had already decided that, once he entered White River City, he would fully support Shifeng. Whoever dared to go against Shifeng would go against him as well. When will you send someone over to Red Leaf Town to conduct the trade? Shifeng asked. As long as you are free, any time is good. Stabbing Heart answered. Oh, right. I have something I need to ask you. Do you know the current whereabouts of the team from Martial Union led by Unstable Devastation? Shifeng felt that, since he was going to make a trip back to Red Leaf Town, he might as well look for Unstable Devastation to extract his revenge. This, I know. They're currently at the White Sand Ruins. Are you planning on taking revenge on them? I'll call some men over to go with you. They have quite a few of players on their side, so it would be dangerous for you hunt them by yourself. Stabbing Heart was slightly surprised. He did not think that Shifeng would take revenge so quickly. Moreover, he was even going to deal with the elite team led by Unstable Devastation directly. After all, that elite team formed after Unstable Devastation merged the elite teams from 5 different towns. The number of elites in that team even far exceeded that of Stabbing Heart's own elite team, so it would not be easy to deal with them. Thanks, but I wish to deal with my own matters by myself. Let's meet up in front of Red Leaf Town's bank in 20 minutes, Shifeng thanked him. Alright. I'll send some men to investigate Martial Union's exact location. At that time, I'll pass on their exact whereabouts to you along with the 4 gold, 50 silver. Stabbing Heart naturally knew of the arrogance of an expert, so he did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, if he were to find trouble with Martial Union without Shifeng's agreement, he might even incur Shifeng's ire. 20 minutes later. Shifeng arrived in front of the bank in Red Leaf Town. Hello, Big Brother Yifeng. I am Coco, from the Assassin's Alliance. Big Brother Stabbing Heart sent me here. Here is the grinding location of Martial Union's elite team. A pure and pleasant-looking female elementalist walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shifeng. After all, the Shifeng before her was the god-ranked expert of Red Leaf Town that everybody knew about. He was a person that even team leader Stabbing Heart of Red Leaf Town treated with respect. Most importantly, Shifeng was good friends with the snow goddess that she admired greatly. There was absolutely no chance for a normal lifestyle player like herself to come into contact with such a legendary figure. She was only here today to conduct a trade because the other forgers in the guild were too busy, while she was a newly recruited forger in the guild. Only, she did not think that she could meet such a great character. Shifeng glanced at this girl, and his expression immediately froze. Cream Coco, wasn't she that famous master forger of Star Moon Kingdom? As one of the 10 great master forgers in Star Moon Kingdom, Cream Coco was a forging genius who was the closest to becoming a grandmaster forger. Her talent was almost comparable to that of Celiora of White River City. She was both a beauty and a forging genius. Plenty of first-rate guilds had willingly offered her an annual salary of hundreds of millions to recruit her. Unfortunately, she rejected them all, one after another, as she wanted to stay in the third-rate guild, Prayer Temple. Rumor had it that she had done so to repay a debt of gratitude, as Cream Coco was relatively clumsy during her early days, causing her success rate to be abysmally low. Due to her clumsiness, plenty of guilds had refused to accept her. In the end, Prayer Temple was the only guild that had accepted and nurtured her, so she did not wish to leave them. Unfortunately, even with such a genius master forger in their guild, Ouroboros still destroyed Prayer Temple in the end. As a result, Cream Coco chose to join World Dominators, a first-rate guild in direct opposition of Ouroboros, to take revenge on the first-rate guild. However, why was Cream Coco in the Assassin's Alliance right now? Shifeng was slightly confused, as Prayer Temple's main force was not located in White River City, but in the capital city, Star Moon City. It was also the reason why Ouroboros destroyed them. Could it be that, after being ignored by the Assassin's Alliance, she chose to head to Star Moon City to develop herself after she reached a higher level, which then led her to Prayer Temple? Feng could only make guesses. If the Assassins' Alliance found out that they had chased away a master forger during their early days in God's domain, they might even kill themselves in regret. Big Brother Yifeng. When Cream Coco discovered that Feng stared at her sternly, she couldn't help but panic. Only now did Feng regain his senses. His actions could not be considered overreacting, as a top-tier master forger was simply too important to a guild. However, he couldn't just try to recruit Cream Coco to his group. After all, Cream Coco was still a member of the Assassins' Alliance right now. His only option at the moment was to wait for Cream Coco to leave the Assassins' Alliance before trying to recruit her. Oh, it's nothing. Here are the 50 stacks of hard stones. Feng immediately traded the 50 stacks of hard stones to Cream Coco. When Cream Coco saw the 50 stacks of hard stones in her trade window, her eyes widened in shock. She did not even dare believe her own eyes. Right now, it was hard to even purchase 1 or 2 hard stones. Yet, Feng had easily managed to bring out 50 stacks. It was no wonder why team leader Stabbing Heart was so respectful to Yifeng. As expected, he was a figure that average players like her could only look up to. Soon after the trade completed, Feng departed from Red Leaf Town, heading towards the White Sand Ruins. However, he did not add Cream Coco as a friend, as such an action might cause a change to the track of history, causing Cream Coco to instead stay with the Assassins' Alliance. If that happened, he would definitely cry with regret. Hence, he would let history repeat itself without his interference. Now that he knew Martial Union's precise location, he would immediately teach Unstable Devastation the consequences of becoming his enemy. Chapter 192, Wild and Domineering. White Sand Ruins, as a key location for players to reach level 10, the level 9 players from the surrounding towns would naturally come here to level up. Not only did this place possess level 10 monsters, which were a better source of EXP, there were also plenty of quests in this region. Moreover, a majority of them rewarded high amounts of EXP, and some high-level quests even gave out bronze-ranked or above equipment. It was especially true for the newly discovered Stonemer town. It was practically a heaven for players. As long as one's reputation in Stonemer town reached a certain degree, they could purchase level 10 bronze and mysterious iron equipment at extremely low prices. It was impossible to find such treatment in other towns. Thus, White Sand Ruins became the mainstream leveling location for level 9 players. Naturally, guilds like Martial Union would not miss out on such a great location. Ever since Feng had killed Unstable Devastation in Red Leaf Town, Unstable Devastation had immediately escaped to this place to level up. After a period of hard work, Unstable Devastation had finally managed to get back to level 9, he was also not far from reaching level 10. Yifeng, just you wait. The day our alliance of guilds enter White River City will be the day of your funeral. Unstable Devastation silently cursed as he killed a level 10 three-tailed scorpion. Although he had exposed Feng's secret, and Feng provoked and angered the other guilds, there had yet to be a person that could do a thing to Feng. Moreover, not only was Feng living comfortably, he was even earning a large sum of money right now. This envious situation of Feng's had driven Unstable Devastation to near insanity, and he silently questioned why he couldn't enjoy such fortune. Martial Union was originally a guild that had migrated to God's domain from another virtual reality game, so they did not possess the investment of any large corporation. There were only a few wealthy young masters spending money to support the guild. While Martial Union still played that other virtual reality game, these wealthy young masters were considered rich tycoons. They could casually spend up to several 100,000 credits, allowing the Martial Union of those days to take the gaming world by storm easily. Such a situation had allowed these wealthy young masters great pleasure, hence they went on to establish Martial Union in God's domain. They wanted to continue taking the world by storm. As Unstable Devastation was one of the upper echelons of Martial Union, his monthly salary was over 10,000 credits. It was a relatively high salary even within the big city. He was even extremely elated about this matter, often bragging in front of his friends about how he was a god-ranked player. When he treated his friends to a normal restaurant, he would always foot the bill with a casual wave of his hand, appearing domineering and earning the envy of others. However, after Unstable Devastation witnessed the sales of the White River City guidebook, his mind turned into a complete mess. With a rough calculation, Unstable Devastation guessed that Shifeng's earnings in a single day had exceeded 10 million credits. Considering the follow-up earnings, Shifeng's assets might have surpassed even that of the wealthy young masters in Martial Union. If Shifeng took a step further and sold his leveling strategy at a low price, he might truly be able to live his remaining years without worry. Wealth and beauties would be within Shifeng's grasp, his life might become even more comfortable than those young masters. Thinking up to this point, bitterness and envy filled Unstable Devastation's heart. However, the only fortunate thing was that Shifeng had not offered the leveling strategy at a low price. As long as he could snatch it, becoming the first one to sell it on the official forums, he wouldn't need to remain a professional player any longer. He could immediately live a rich life in the real world. Boss Unstable, I discovered a location with an extraordinarily high amount of monsters. The respawn rate is also quite fast. Our leveling efficiency could probably rise by 60% or more there, an assassin said in the team chat. Report the location. We'll head there right away. Unstable Devastation grew excited upon hearing this. Right now, there were simply too many players in the White Sand Ruins, while the number of monsters was far from enough for them to grind. If there were such a valuable location available, they might make it to White River City today. These are the coordinates. That assassin immediately transmitted the coordinates into the team chat. Good. We'll head over there after we get rid of these monsters, Unstable Devastation laughed. His luck had finally arrived. In a moment, Unstable Devastation led his team of elite players to that location. Just like that assassin had reported, this place was extremely secluded. There were plenty of monsters here as well. There were almost more than 50 three-tailed scorpions respawning every interval. To a large elite team like theirs with over 100 players, this place was certainly a worthwhile grinding spot. The only problem was that there were already quite a few players grinding here as well. Boss Unstable, what are we going to do? A shield warrior looked towards the 60 to 70 players grinding ahead, his eyebrows scrunching as he spoke. Duh! Can't you see that they're all independent players? Unstable Devastation said disdainfully, they're merely temporary parties grinding here. How can we let them occupy such a good location? Go, get rid of them. From now on, this place will be Martial Union's grinding spot. Indeed, just as Unstable Devastation said, the players here were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. They had simply teamed up temporarily to grind. If a normal guild were to see this many players, they would not dare attempt to steal this territory. However, it was a different story for Unstable Devastation and the bunch from Martial Union. Unstable Devastation's team consisted of the elite players of 5 different towns, and even the elite team Stabbing Heart led could not outnumber them. Clear out the place. All those not from Martial Union, leave. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your own risk. Unstable Devastation glared at the group of independent players with contempt as he yelled his warning. Meanwhile, the 100-plus elite players from Martial Union all wore sneers as they surrounded the location. As long as anybody dared resist, they would extinguish them without hesitation. The equipment of independent players had always been of poor quality. Even if these players had reached level 9, their equipment was still far from comparing with Martial Union's. Martial Union even had the advantage of numbers, up to 132 players, while these independent players only numbered around 60 to 70. Not to mention, these independent players were not unified in heart, so they were even less of a challenge to Martial Union. At this moment, the representative sent out by these independent players said, "Brothers from Martial Union, shouldn't we do things properly? It isn't easy for everyone to level up. Why don't we do this? we'll each take half of these monsters. Scram! I'll count to 10. If all of you don't get lost by then, I don't mind letting you stay here forever. Unstable Devastation bellowed. You guys are too arrogant. We've only managed to discover this place after much difficulty, so what right do you have to chase us away? Listen to me, everyone. Why don't we team up and fight it out against Martial Union? At most, both sides will suffer losses. I don't believe that these players from Martial Union are really so fearless as fight it out with us. Just as one of the parties tried to organize everyone else into a team to go against Martial Union, tens of fireballs blasted on the players of said party, instantly killing them all. This situation had frightened these independent players. However, they did not dare utter a word, only silently glare at Unstable Devastation. What? Do you have something to say? Unstable Devastation laughed coldly, waving his hand once again. Suddenly, another dozen spells fell upon them, and several more players glaring at Unstable Devastation perished. Let's go. Unable to endure the pressure, one of the parties took the lead. Soon after, the several remaining parties looked at each other. They all shook their heads as they departed. As for the two parties that died, nobody cared about them any longer. Ha ha ha. They are merely a bunch of trash, yet they dare compete with us, Martial Union? Unstable Devastation watched the departing independent players, jeering. Meanwhile, the other members of Martial Union also started laughing, exhilarated. At this moment, Shi Feng arrived at the White Sand Ruins after running without rest. Martial Union should not be far ahead. Shi Feng compared his current location to the marked location on the map, increasing his pace as he headed onward. Chapter 193, Holy Grail Knights. When Shi Feng arrived at the location Stabbing Heart had provided, he couldn't even find a shadow of Martial Union. Where are they? Shi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a dozen or so three-tailed scorpions, not a single player occupied this flat, sandy area. Was there an error in the information Stabbing Heart gave me? Shi Feng thought the possibility of such an error was low. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was a top-tier, second-rate guild. There shouldn't be any significant errors in their information gathering. Moreover, Stabbing Heart had been so confident in providing the information, so he must have had a basis for his confidence. Forget it. I didn't have much hope of finding them immediately in any case. Since Shi Feng was not in a hurry, he started searching around the surrounding area. If Martial Union had already entered White River City, Stabbing Heart would have notified him at the first notice. However, there was not a huge possibility for Martial Union to enter White River City right now, as even Stabbing Heart's team had yet to enter the city. Time passed, little by little. More and more players reached level 10, each of them entering White River City, one after another. Right now, the majority of the players who entered White River City were the elites and upper echelons of guilds. There was only a small amount of teams consisting of independent players. Most of these independent players had purchased the White River City guidebook, and they all admired its creator. Leader, this Yi Feng is truly amazing. The information he wrote in this guidebook is so detailed. Fortunately, we bought the luxury version. The introductions in the simplified version were overly brief, and it only helps one get a general understanding of White River City. Meanwhile, the luxury version mentioned plenty of locations with good quests meant for specific classes. Thanks to it, I've accepted plenty of valuable quests. I know, right? It is all thanks to team leader's wisdom for buying the luxury version. If I didn't know that Yi Feng had personally penned this guidebook, I would even think that the game officials had published it. I really wonder what Yi Feng's previous profession was to possess such powerful observation skills. That Yi Feng indeed has some skills. Originally, I had simply intended to purchase the guidebook as a reference. I never thought that the information was all true. I was shocked after we arrived at White River City. It was worth the 20,000 credits. If it were up to me, I wouldn't willingly sell this information even for 50,000 credits. Not only does the information require time to arrange, but this is also first-hand information. I can't imagine why Yi Feng would willingly sell all of this for only 20,000 credits. In front of the teleportation hall of White River City, a non-guild team consisting of 10+ elite players happily chatted while waiting for their other companions. An independent team? At this moment, Gentle Snow emerged from a teleportation gate, spotting this merry team of players. She felt slightly surprised by the sight. At this time, aside from those elite teams of large guilds, there was even an independent team who had reached White River City. This was an extremely rare sight, and it illustrated this team's strength. I know who they are. 5 years ago, these players were very famous in a relatively sizable virtual reality game. They were known as the Holy Grail Knights at that time. Although they aren't a guild, and their numbers never exceeded 100 players, every member of their team was extremely skilled. Their battle prowess was extremely frightening. Their leader, War Wolf, even had the reputation as the strongest warrior in the game. During those days, not a single guild in the game that dared provoke them. However, for reasons unknown, their team disbanded, and plenty of their members stopped playing the game. The remaining players then went on to become the upper echelons or core members of first-rate and second-rate guilds. The Holy Grail Knights is a legend of sorts in the virtual gaming world now. When the Shield Warrior, Ghost Chop, who was knowledgeable about these independent players, saw the average-looking Shield Warrior standing amidst those players, his expression suddenly turned solemn. This person was indeed War Wolf, the past team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. Back in those days, Ghost Chop had admired and respected this man, thus, he chose to play as a shield warrior as well. He then turned to Gentle Snow, slowly starting his recollection. I see, Gentle Snow could not help but notice War Wolf. 5 years ago, she had yet to experience virtual reality games. Hence, she did not know that such a person had existed. Snow, are you thinking of recruiting him into Ouroboros? Zhao Yueru asked with a smile when she noticed Gentle Snow's moved expression. Although this person seemed to lack spirit at first glance, he seemed as deep and profound as an ocean at the same time. Moreover, the equipment he's wearing is all mysterious iron rank, though his weapon slightly lacks as it is not secret silver rank. However, it should be extremely difficult for an independent team to have such a geared shield warrior, so it clearly displays how powerful the members of this team are. Meanwhile, a team leader capable of leading such a team is not a simple character. If we can recruit him, it should be of great help to our future dungeon raids. Gentle Snow did not directly deny Zhao Yueru's question. Her previous intentions of recruiting Shifeng as a subordinate were already dashed. Unfortunately, she could not see through Shifeng, as Shifeng's entire being was shrouded in mystery. The guidebook he had sold her further solidified this fact. She was greatly shocked when she arrived at White River City. Using the luxury version of the guidebook as a comparison, Gentle Snow came to fully understand the value of the exclusive guidebook Shifeng had sold to her. If the other first-rate guilds discovered this guidebook, they might even start an all-out war with Ouroboros to snatch it away. Gentle Snow had estimated the true value of this guidebook to be 5 million credits or more. After all, within the super luxury guidebook, there was information pertaining to the problems one would usually face when developing a guild. The guidebook also touched on the topic of how to develop and strengthen a guild. Moreover, it mentioned the daily quests available that could raise a person's reputation in White River City. Such information could allow them to surpass the other guilds greatly, and that was not something that could be purchased with a measly 5 million credits. Even now, Gentle Snow did not dare reveal this information to any other person. She did not wish to bring a calamity upon herself. Due to this reason, Gentle Snow had become fully aware of just how much of a danger Shifeng was. If she was already in so much danger just by becoming friends with him, what kind of consequences would she have to face if she accepted him as her subordinate? Gentle Snow no longer dared dwell on the consequences. Shi Feng's provocation of tens of guilds presented a prime example. Fortunately, they were all unrated guilds as the leveling secret did not hold much attraction to the true major guilds. After all, the upper echelons of these guilds knew many secrets, and they had a great understanding of God's domain. These guilds were much stronger than those half-assed, unrated guilds. There were no bugs in God's domain. Even if there were one, the system would discover and correct it immediately. If there truly were a leveling secret, the only possibility was killing monsters of a higher level or carrying out high-level quests to obtain massive amounts of EXP. Only experts or players with exceptional equipment could achieve the former. As for the latter, it was clearly an unrepeatable situation because such high-level quests would have great limitations and rarity. Not everybody could receive such quests. They might even be rare or unique quests. Thus, all of the rated guilds did not have a particular interest in this secret that was not really a secret. On the contrary, they were much more interested in the White River City guidebook. However, since Shi Feng had wisely offered the information for sale, these rated guilds would naturally not look for trouble with Shi Feng. They also did not have so much time on their hands, unlike those half-assed guilds. Shi Feng belonged to a category of people so intimidating that they possessed few friends. To put it another way, without sufficient strength, friendship with Shi Feng was an extremely dangerous endeavor. As for the war wolf before her, there was not much danger in building a friendship with such a person. Moreover, with such great strength, it would be an utter loss not to recruit him. Go. Let's go and strike up a conversation with them. Then, seeing that all the members of her team were already present, she opened her mouth and spoke. Chapter 194, Flame Demon. White Sand Ruins. Martial Union is simply too much. They don't respect any of us independent players at all. When I grow stronger, I'll take revenge on those bastards. Shoo. Shut up. Didn't you see Martial Union kill those other two parties simply for speaking up? We can't do anything about this. We aren't as powerful as they are, so we can only give way and take a step back. If I was a member of a third-rate guild, I don't believe that Martial Union would dare kick us around like they just did. Leader, why don't we just join a large guild? With our current technique standards, we should be able to join a large guild. A guild, is it? Indeed, we should consider it. However, let's talk about this after we enter White River City. The Assassins' Alliance is currently the strongest guild in Red Leaf Town, but when we get to White River City, the Assassins' Alliance would only rank above average at best. There are still a bunch of first-rate guilds we can choose from. One of the six-man party's Martial Union had chased away started a discussion as they searched for a new grinding location. They had experienced, firsthand, the strength and usefulness of a guild. If they did not join a guild, they could only compete with other independent players over locations with scarce resources when these guilds occupied all the valuable leveling locations. Excuse me, but do you know where Martial Union is? Shi Feng had been searching the White Sand ruins for quite some time, having no luck of finding any traces of Martial Union. At this moment, however, he had overheard these passing players discussing Martial Union, so he asked them. Yeah, we know it. What business do you have with them? Don't tell me, you're not trying to join Martial Union, are you? The leader of this party nodded. However, when he noticed that Shi Feng was an independent player with both his name and level hidden, aside from trying to join Martial Union, what other reason could a player like Shi Feng have to look for Martial Union? Hearing that the player in front of them intended to join Martial Union, the other members of the party instantly shot glares filled with killing intent at Shi Feng. The rage they had from Martial Union's oppression had yet to subside. If it were not for Martial Union having the advantage of numbers, they would have long since started a fight with Martial Union. From the conversation Shi Feng had eavesdropped on before, he knew that Martial Union had bullied these players. Hence, their hatred towards Martial Union should be intense. In addition to their party leader's words about Shifeng wanting to join martial union, the other party members' moods would naturally sour. If he dared claim that he intended to join martial union, these players might charge at him without hesitation. I'm not trying to join martial union. I'm looking for martial union because I have some business with them. I wonder if you can tell me their current whereabouts. Here's an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin, Shifeng smiled, taking out a silver coin. To average players, their daily income would, at most, range around several tens of copper coins. Even if these veteran players banded together to form a party, their total earnings would be around 1 to 2 silver coins. Hence, an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin was not a small amount to them. What a rich fellow. The party leader's eyes shone when he saw Shifeng offer a silver coin as an inquiry fee. He then spoke in the party chat, "Brothers, this is a fat sheep. If we harvest him and earn some money, we might be able to cover the repair fees for all our weapons and equipment. Do we kill him or not?" "Kill him. Why shouldn't we kill him? This bastard is obviously related to martial union. As long as it's someone related, we can't let them off. We'll follow leader's decision." The other party members all voiced their support. It seems that this fellow has a deep connection with martial union. Martial union had badly tormented us few brothers, and rage still fills our bellies. Since you have some connections with martial union, and you are so rich, shouldn't you pay us some compensation in place of martial union? We don't want a lot, just leave behind 20 silver coins and all of your equipment, then I'll tell you martial union's location. How about it? The Guardian Knight party leader said with a cold laugh. With that said, the other party members also started moving forward, their faces carrying cold smiles as they closed in on Shifeng. I said I don't have any connections with martial union. I'm only looking for them for some business. Whatever has happened between you and martial union has nothing to do with me. If you guys aren't going to tell me where they are, so be it. Please move aside, Shifeng said. This, I understand. However, it is still your fault for mentioning martial union to us. If you don't agree to our demands, we can only use you to relieve some stress. Although we don't know your level, it should still be around level 8 or level 9. If you lose a level right now, you will probably lose 1 to 2 days worth of effort. You should think through your options, the party leader jeered, his hands retrieving the gladius and shield from his back. Shifeng couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. Pitiful people were bound to have a hateful side to them. Although these players endured martial union's bullying and oppression, when the tables turned, didn't they act just as martial union had? Little fool, what are you laughing at? I'll smash your face into a pulp if you keep laughing, an assassin bellowed. Didn't you guys want money? I'll pay the fare for your trip down to hell. Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade as he said so. Immediately, clear blue flames covered the body of the abyssal blade. Shifeng had no room for pity for players like these. Shifeng brandished his 2 swords, and instantly, countless sword images filled the sky, surrounding these players. Although these independent players had good techniques and were also relatively powerful in terms of strength, they were simply too weak compared to Shifeng. Before any of them could react, the sword images made pincushions of their bodies. Aside from the Guardian Knight party leader, the remaining 5 party members died within an instant. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame destroyed all of their equipment. Even though these players had relatively high levels, the equipment they wore was of very poor quality. They only had 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment each, and none had even a single piece of mysterious iron equipment. Under the ice blue devil flame's might, none of their equipment could survive even one hit, and it all immediately became nothing more than scrap. So, are you willing to tell me martial union's whereabouts now? Shifeng looked towards the party leader, smiling calmly as he spoke. That party leader was dumbfounded. The person before him could actually produce fire all over his body, and his attacks were so fast that none of them could even react. At this moment, the party leader only had one thought about his situation: he had met a demon. Moreover, it was a fire demon capable of controlling flames. I'll speak. I'll speak. Martial Union is at a nearby sunken land to the southwest. There are also plenty of cavities around the area. Very good. You may go now. Shi Feng immediately extinguished this party leader's life. He then advanced towards Martial Union's location. By the time these independent players revived back at Red Leaf Town, they immediately filled the skies with their screams of anguish. Not only did they lose a level from dying, but all their equipment had also been destroyed. Not to mention leveling up, they could not even go out into the fields to kill monsters now. Suddenly, a rumor about a flame demon in the White Sand Ruins spread. The rumor stated that the flame demon wore a black hooded cloak, and he revealed no personal information. The demon also had two sharp swords hanging from his waist, one was black and the other, white. The rumor also mentioned that if players did not quickly answer this flame demon's question, they would die and lose all their equipment. One wouldn't even have the chance to shed tears of regret when that time came. However, Shi Feng, the origin of this rumor, was not aware of any of this. I've finally found you, Unstable Devastation. At this moment, Shi Feng stood atop a tall slope, looking down at the 100+ players currently butchering several dozen three-tailed scorpions. These players were all level 9, and they were not far from reaching level 10. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation, who currently commanded from the rear of the team, had already reached level 10. The reason why he had reached level 10 with such speed was that he was not in a party with these elite players. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation killed the monsters that had their HP lowered to a critical point. Due to the rules of God's domain, Unstable Devastation would receive 60% of the total EXP from the kill, thus, he reached level 10 ahead of the other elite players. Chapter 195, 1 against 100. You, lure some more monsters over. With such a good leveling spot, I want to charge to number 1 on the ranking list and teach the other guilds in the alliance the strength of Martial Union, Unstable Devastation spoke in the team chat. Yes, the several assassins replied. Right now, Fire Dance still occupied the first place on the ranking list. However, the second place had already changed. However, it wasn't because Fire Dance and the others' leveling speed was slower than the other players. They were simply busy doing quests. These quests were all rare reputation quests, and they could obtain relatively large amounts of White River City reputation by completing them. In God's domain, if players wished to have an official class when they reached level 20, they could only apply at the class association in the various large cities. However, players required a certain amount of reputation before doing so. Hence, the first task Shi Feng wanted Blackie and the others to accomplish after they entered White River City was to do these rare quests and quickly raise their reputation. By the time they reached level 20, they would be able to change into their basic classes immediately. If they discovered this fact only after they reached level 20, they would have to waste a lot of time earning sufficient reputation, which, in turn, would delay their progress. Just as Unstable Devastation excitedly hunted three-tailed scorpions, Shi Feng had also arrived at Martial Union's healer's position using the Ring of Nothingness. Nobody would ever think that a single independent player would take the initiative to seek vengeance upon a guild's elite team. After all, this was simply an overestimation of one's own abilities. However, Shi Feng dared to do just that because of his sufficient strength. Unstable Devastation was level 10, and the others present were all level 9. There was a 5-level gap between them and Shi Feng. Moreover, equipment that could ignore an opponent's levels were extremely rare at this stage of the game. These conditions allowed Shi Feng to easily sweep the floor with this group of level 9 players. Just as the healers of Martial Union were about to replenish the HP of the frontline players, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before them. Shi Feng cast Thundering Flash, the skill instantly devouring the group of panicked healers. Frightening damages of over -500 appeared on every healer's head, and some even received critical hits of over -1000 damage. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the healers died. However, due to the healers standing relatively spread apart, there were 3 who managed to remain unscathed after Shifeng's attack. Shifeng immediately used Wind Blade and charged over. He used Chop on one of the shocked healers, killing them instantly. Shifeng then continued to brandish his sword at the 2 remaining healers, reaping their lives with a few sword strokes. Yi Feng. Unstable devastation bellowed, countless veins surfacing on his forehead. Unstable devastation, haven't you been trying to find me all this time? Shifeng faintly smiled as he looked at unstable devastation. Regarding the 100+ players standing around unstable devastation, glaring at him, Shifeng paid no attention to them at all. Now that I've arrived, I wonder if you've prepared to die yet? Kill me. I'm afraid that you're the one who won't leave this place alive. I lost to you the previous time because you had a higher level. This time, however, I am level 10 as well. Do you think that I'm still afraid of you? Everyone, get him. Kill him. Unstable devastation smiled disdainfully, immediately commanding all of his subordinates to get rid of Shifeng. Unstable devastation did not believe that Shifeng could leave alive when faced with his team of over 100 elite players, not to mention, managed to kill him. The players from Martial Union revealed sneers as they looked at Shifeng. They all thought that there was a problem with Shifeng's head. However, they didn't mind teaching Shifeng a lesson. 1 against 100. Did he really think he was Superman? In the past, the players from Martial Union that surrounded Shifeng were mostly normal members. There were only a few elite members of the guild present at the time, hence, Shifeng caused such a massacre. This time, however, they were all Martial Union's elites, and they were all level 9 players. Yi Feng would only meet one end today, death. Suddenly, tens of spells launched at Shifeng. The other remaining tens of shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen charged towards Shifeng. Meanwhile, the assassins entered stealth, waiting for their chance to strike. Faced with the attacks of dozens of mages, Shifeng dared not be careless. He immediately activated Windwalk and the Tier 2 life shield before proceeding to charge at the incoming wave of players. As Shifeng's speed was extremely fast, very few of the tens of spells hit Shifeng. In the end, only 3 or 4 spells actually managed to deal damage to Shifeng. Unfortunately, these spells were all fire-type and ice-type spells such as Fireball and Frost Arrows. With Shifeng's resistances, these spells managed to cause less than -10 damage each. In addition to the life shield absorbing a portion of the damage, the actual damage these spells caused was less than -6 points. All of the mages were shocked. Even if it is a tiny amount of damage, beat him with all you've got. There has to be a limit to his HP. Without any healers, he won't last long. Melee classes, spread out and be careful of his AoE skills. Unstable devastation was similarly shocked. However, after giving it some thought, even if Shifeng had an insanely high defense, he still wasn't a boss. There was bound to be a limit to his HP. Even if they only dealt damage in the single digits, with tens of them continuously attacking, how long could Shifeng last? Watching his HP fall continuously, Shifeng clearly understood that he could not hold on for much longer. The difference in attributes was simply not enough to overcome the strength of over 100 elite players. Almost, when the distance between Shifeng and the crowd from Martial Union shrunk to less than 20 yards, Shifeng took out an intermediate frost grenade, tossing it at them. Martial Union noticed Shifeng throwing an item. However, since it was not a skill, they did not pay it any heed. Instantly, the intermediate frost grenade exploded, releasing a shroud of cold air, covering a 12-yard radius. The cold air froze the players for 3 seconds and dealt -400 damage to every one of them. The shroud of cold air swallowed more than half of the melee players. MTs, activate your life-saving skills. Mages, increase your firepower and controlling skills. We must not let him get near the frozen players. Unstable Devastation hurriedly shouted. The shield warriors and guardian knights immediately activated their shield walls and protection blessings respectively after receiving the command. However, deep in their hearts, they were extremely clear that these skills were absolutely useless in front of Shifeng. They merely used these skills in the hopes that, with their increased durability, Shifeng would instead choose to go for the other players first. Meanwhile, the mages standing at the rear line started casting controlling spells, one after another. They used spells such as ice walls and ice spheres to prevent Shifeng from closing in on the frozen players. Shifeng simply smiled. Using silent steps, he instantly arrived behind these mages. With the ice blue devil flame covering his entire body, he sent thunder flame explosion blasting down on these mages. The elementalists and cursemancers who were within the range of thunder flame explosion were instantly wiped out of existence. Moreover, those who received critical hits of over -2000 damage also had their equipment destroyed. A few elementalists with quick reactions had immediately activated Frozen Circle, coupled with a blink. They intended to slow Shifeng down as they fled for their lives. Unfortunately, Shifeng reacted even faster than they did. He activated Defensive Blade and Dark Violent Dance. Gaining immunity to the frozen circles, Shifeng waved the flaming abyssal blade in his hand. A streak of deep blue flaming sword aura landed on one of the escaping elementalists 10 yards away, dealing over -1000 damage and instantly killing him. Simultaneously, the two summoners in front of him also received damage from the attack, instantly losing over 400 HP. Shifeng then continued with a barrage of attacks. As a result, deep blue flames annihilated the mages within a 15-yard radius. Kill him. Don't be afraid, we have more men on our side. He only has half of his HP remaining. Although Shifeng only had half of his HP remaining right now, Unstable Devastation had lost much of his confidence. Even so, he did not stop sending out streak after streak of frost arrows and fatal shots. However, Shifeng had dodged every one of them. In addition to the sudden appearance of Shifeng's flame transformation and terrifying AoE damage, Unstable Devastation already had the notion of escaping for his life. However, he needed to observe the situation further before he made his decision. Half HP, is it? Shifeng calmly smiled. He then proceeded to take out his next trump card from his bag. Intermediate Recovery Potion. Instantly recovers 800 HP after use. Cooldown, 1 minute. In White River City, players were only allowed to purchase 5 intermediate recovery potions each day, and each bottle cost 3 silver coins. It was an item meant for a crucial time. Shifeng downed the bottle, his HP instantly recovering to full. At this sight, Martial Union's players were instantly afraid. They had sacrificed dozens of players to take away close to half of Shifeng's HP. Yet, Shifeng's HP was full once again. Moreover, the scorching flame that surrounded his body greatly increased his battle prowess. Just by closing in on him, the durability of their equipment constantly fell. Faced with such a situation, their confidence instantly sunk into a bottomless pit. Chapter 196, Devastating Strike. The elites of Martial Union, who had originally looked down on Shifeng, had started to panic now. What did a full HP Shifeng mean? Martial Union's elites already had the experience deeply ingrained into their bodies, so they understood what it meant. Compared to only losing a level after dying, their current situation was far graver. As they had spent all this time grinding monsters, their equipment and weapons durability was almost depleted. If they received an attack from Shifeng right now, that little durability would decrease even further, and their equipment and weapons might even be destroyed. This was much more frightening than simply losing a level. If they lost a level, they could recover it through grinding. However, it would be a different story if they lost the equipment and weapons they currently relied on. They had only managed to collect all these items after much difficulty, and compared to regaining a single level, it would be much more troublesome to recover these items. There was even the possibility that they could not recover these items at all. Yi Feng, don't go overboard. It won't be beneficial to either of us if you continue your actions. It is not too late for you to leave this place right now. In the future, we will mind our own business, and we will each walk our separate paths. Although Unstable Devastation felt dissatisfied, Shifeng's strength was simply too frightening. He could only grit his teeth and take a step back in this matter. If he lost everything he had right now, his dreams of rising in martial union would also vanish. Overboard? These are your last words. Shifeng laughed at the absurdity. He truly could not understand Unstable Devastation's thought process. Did he think that, after slapping someone across the face, everything could be settled just with a simple apology? Hearing Shifeng's contempt, Unstable Devastation felt humiliation for the first time. He had already taken a step back, yet, Shifeng reacted so aggressively. However, he could do nothing to Shifeng right now, so he could only watch as his subordinates were butchered, one after another. This sort of helplessness had driven him close to insanity. Unstable Devastation never thought that such a day would befall him. In the beginning, he had a 100% certainty of crushing Shifeng. Now, however, due to a mystical exploding object and an intermediate recovery potion, that confidence shattered. Even if they managed to kill Shifeng today, the elites of Martial Union would receive insufferable losses. Yi Feng, you have forced my hand. Let's see which one of us will die first, then. Everyone, attack him together. He already has a super red name. As long as we can kill him, he will drop all of his equipment, and it will be enough to make up for all our losses. Don't be afraid. His HP potion's cooldown is definitely very long. We can exhaust him to death. Upon receiving Unstable Devastation's command, the members of Martial Union went into a frenzy. They used all their skills and techniques to restrict Shifeng while slowly depleting his HP. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation also reluctantly retrieved a flame-red arrow from his back, aiming and firing it at Shifeng. This was Unstable Devastation's strongest treasure. Originally, he had intended to use this arrow to deal with a Lord-ranked boss. Now, however, he could only use it to get rid of Shifeng. Shio! The flame-red arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a sonic boom as it shot towards Shifeng's heart. Extremely complicated incantations were carved on the flame-red arrow's body, causing the surrounding fire-type mana to gather around the arrow. It seemed like a consumable item. Shifeng had also noticed this flame-red arrow flying at him. He stopped paying attention to the spells attacking him and immediately used parry to block this flame-red arrow. Boom! 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 The moment the arrow collided with Shifeng's swords, it exploded. The force of the explosion instantly sent Shifeng flying. Fortunately, parry had managed to block the attack fully, and Shifeng received no damage from the arrow. Shortly after, Shifeng landed, unscathed. Immediately, he charged towards the mages, resuming his massacre of Martial Union's elites. Just like slapping at flies, Shifeng killed one player from Martial Union with each of his attacks. Within a short moment, 4 elites had died. Watching this scene play out, Unstable Devastation's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even after he used his final trump card, Shifeng had taken not a thread of damage from it. On the contrary, his attack aided Shifeng in closing in on the mages and continuing his slaughter. To begin with, Shifeng's movement speed was extremely quick. These mages had no chances of escaping him at all. Furthermore, due to the level suppression and Shifeng's magic resistance, these mages were rendered utterly helpless. They could only watch as they were slaughtered. Noticing that the frozen effect on the melee players was about to dissipate, the mages of Martial Union released a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. Unfortunately, Shifeng took out another intermediate frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the melee players again. The frost grenade landed precisely on the same location as before, and in the blink of an eye, these melee players froze solid once more. A damage of -400 also appeared on every one of their heads, and the assassins and swordsmen who had low HP fell into critical conditions. Shi Feng then made a slashing motion with his sword, sending a flame blade flying at the assassins and swordsmen, ending their lives. This attack even destroyed the equipment they wore. At this stage of the game, where everyone's levels were still low, there were plenty of skills that players had yet to learn. It was especially true for high-level skills that could remove controlling effects. Thus, the elites had no defenses against Shi Feng's frost grenades. They had no ways of dealing with them at all. With the melee players frozen once again, and Shi Feng killing so many of their allies, these mages truly felt despair. They no longer cared about Unstable Devastation's command, they all ran, escaping in any direction they could. Nobody would have thought that Shi Feng would still have a weapon of mass destruction like that. If they had known about this earlier, they would have long since fled and not remained here for slaughter. Everyone's escaping now. Shi Feng immediately felt his head ache. If he hunted them down, one by one, he might let even more players escape. After all, although the frost grenades had frightening might, nobody would be foolish enough to stand still and wait for their deaths. Helpless, Shi Feng could only start throwing out basic frost grenades without stop. Although there was a 1-second cooldown, it could freeze a player for 3 seconds. With this, Shi Feng could get rid of all these scattered players. With basic frost grenades tossed out, one after another, the sandy grounds turned into a world of ice, while all of the members of Martial Union turned into ice sculptures. Shi Feng then used the blazingly hot abyssal blade to end each of their lives. Watching as his teammates died and their equipment destroyed, the remaining players trembled in fear as they were driven to insanity. Some of the players who could not endure the sight even tried to log off from the game immediately. However, players were not allowed to log off during combat. So, they could only helplessly wait as Shi Feng walked, step by step, closing in on them. Very quickly, Shi Feng had reaped the lives of 100+ elite members of Martial Union, and only Unstable Devastation remained alive now. Unstable Devastation quietly stood still, his mind in a daze. He had even forgotten to resist. Over 100 elite players had died, and all of their equipment was destroyed. These were all of his assets, and right now, it was impossible for him to climb back up in Martial Union even if he wanted to. He no longer had any means to compete with his rivals in the guild. At this moment, Unstable Devastation only had regret filling his heart. All of this had stemmed from his own arrogance. If he had known that Shi Feng was so frightening from the very beginning, he wouldn't have dared to become enemies with Shi Feng, even if he were beaten to death. Even if he had to become enemies with Shi Feng, at the very least, he would have waited until all members of Martial Union had entered White River City. However, it was too late now. Soon after, Shi Feng killed Unstable Devastation with 2 sword slashes as well. I'm finally done cleaning up. It should also be about time to bring Blackie and the others down to a dungeon for some equipment upgrades. Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings. After confirming that there weren't any members from Martial Union remaining, he used the demon mask to wipe clean his name. He then took out a return scroll, chanting the incantation and returning to White River City. After killing Unstable Devastation and the elite players under him, even if Unstable Devastation wanted to do anything to Shi Feng in the future, he would need to wait until these elite members recovered before he could. However, there was no need to concern himself over a matter that couldn't happen for quite a while. Shortly after Shi Feng wiped out Unstable Devastation's entire elite team, a large commotion occurred among the alliance of guilds that wished to carry out a crusade against Shi Feng. This commotion was a result of Unstable Devastation suddenly declaring his retirement from this small alliance. Unstable Devastation's actions had confused these other guilds. He also refused to speak of anything in the alliance's chat before leaving it. After witnessing Shi Feng's fearsomeness, Unstable Devastation didn't dare battle Shi Feng any longer. Since Shifeng could kill him at the White Sand Ruins, then he could similarly kill him again and again out in the field. The same went for his team. Unstable Devastation no longer dared think of this matter. He still wished to make a living through God's domain. He was truly afraid of Shifeng now. Hence, Unstable Devastation also expressed his apologies on the official forums. In the future, he swore to no longer participate in any matters relating to Shifeng. As long as he met Shifeng, he would make a circle and do his best to avoid Shifeng. Immediately, Unstable Devastation's actions had sent shockwaves through the White River City region. Chapter 197, Crazy Stone. Although Unstable Devastation was not considerably well known, he was still one of the upper echelons of martial union. He was also archenemies with Shifeng, and he had recently revealed one of Shifeng's big secrets. So, there were quite a number of people who knew about him. Nobody would have thought that Unstable Devastation would publicly apologize to Shifeng. Many people were stunned when they read Unstable Devastation's message. Martial Union was obviously a large guild, yet, they had actually submitted to a lone independent player. Although such incidents had occurred before in past virtual reality games, the total occurrences could definitely be counted on one hand. Above all, God's Domain was a game that had just recently released. At this stage of the game, the difference in strength between players would mainly display itself in terms of techniques, and this difference could easily be overcome using the advantage in numbers. Yet, Unstable Devastation had succumbed to Shifeng. It was simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me just what is going on here? Wah! Is this going to be the uprising of independent players? As expected of my idol, Yifeng. What's so great about guilds? Haven't they succumbed to strength all the same? Chaos ensued in the official forums of the White River City region. Unstable Devastation's message was like a small pebble thrown into a tranquil pond, generating ripples that spread out in all directions. As a result, players on the forum posted their own opinions, especially the independent players. No matter which virtual reality game they were in, guild players and independent players would frequently conflict with each other. However, this could not be helped. After all, to surpass others, one must obtain more resources. Naturally, guilds would occupy these resources. Meanwhile, the independent players who lacked strength could only retreat in the face of these guilds. Thus, it created conflicts. Now that an independent player like Shifeng had made a large guild submit to him, this incident received an unquestionably huge response from many independent players. However, to the alliance of guilds that planned a crusade against Shifeng, this matter was just like a bomb filled with peril. Unstable Devastation, the leader who started this alliance and planned this crusade, had actually chosen to withdraw from the alliance. Moreover, he did not even speak a word about this incident. Just what sort of power could cause Unstable Devastation to react in such a way? This incident struck panic into the other guilds of this small alliance. Brother Zhang, what should we do? Flaming Tiger quietly asked. Due to Unstable Devastation's shocking actions, the various guilds in the small alliance started feeling insecure. Zhang Luowei fell deep into thought for some time before saying, "Let's not involve ourselves just yet. We'll wait until we are all in White River City before we deal with this matter." However, for him to force a person like Unstable Devastation to submit, I have truly underestimated this Yifeng. Tell Ling Feilong to get in touch with Yifeng, see if he can get Yifeng to join Shadow. Although Shadow has only recently started its development, our resources are plenty. Tell Ling Feilong this, as long as Yifeng agrees, I can give Yifeng an elder position, an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits, and 10% of the workshop's shares. Flaming Tiger was stunned. He admitted that he was not Shifeng's opponent and that Shifeng's skills were a level higher than his, but wasn't this promise a little too great? Not only could an elder of the guild live leisurely, but the authority they wielded was also great. Aside from Brother Lan and Zhang Luowei, Shi Feng would have the highest authority in Shadow, not to mention an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits and 10% of the workshop's shares. Even Flaming Tiger only had a minimum monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Flaming Tiger simply could not understand why they had to pay such a huge price to recruit Shi Feng. However, he did not have a say in this matter, so he could only do as he was told. White River City, Trade Area. After returning to White River City, Shi Feng first headed towards the bank. He retrieved 500 stacks of hard stones, intending to sell only a portion of his stock for now. Due to the great increase in the hard stones demand, the price had already reached Shi Feng's estimation of 10 silver coins per stack. Although this price would still rise later, it was already close to the limit players could handle. These 500 stacks of hard stones were only a small portion of the hard stones Shi Feng owned. Just based on the amount of hard stones that Shi Feng had constantly purchased before, his stock exceeded 10,000 stacks. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds in White River City could not purchase any hard stones. Shi Feng had purchased all of these hard stones when the prices were at their lowest, and he only paid around 30 gold coins for them. However, their current value far exceeded their initial cost. After selling these 500 stacks, it should be about time to bring Blackie and the others to raid the level 10 team dungeon, the Goblin Factory. Shi Feng inwardly planned. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels were high, the overall equipment they had was subpar at best. The same went for Shi Feng's equipment. However, at least his was the best swordsman set equipment for players level 10 and below. His teammates' equipment, on the other hand, could only be described as miserable. As of this moment, there were already more than 500 players who had reached level 10 and had their names etched on the ranking list of the White River City region. Which was to say, there were already more than 500 players who had entered White River City. A majority of these players were members of well-known guilds. Aside from doing some quests in White River City right now, these players' main objective remained dungeon raiding, as dungeons were the best source for good equipment. Only with good equipment would these players level up with greater efficiency. Hence, plenty of guilds had already started diving into dungeons. White River City was different from towns. God's domain only truly began after players reached level 10 and the city. As for the town life players experienced at the start of the game, it was merely an introduction to life in God's domain. There were plenty of level 10 dungeons throughout the White River City region. The number of level 10 to level 12 party dungeons exceeded 20, and their rating difficulty varied greatly. Meanwhile, 10-man level 10 team dungeons numbered slightly lower, but there were still 12 such dungeons available. As for level 10 large-scale dungeons, there were 3 within the White River City region. As long as one successfully raided one of these 3 large dungeons, they could activate the card set exchange system. The value of card sets would also be at their highest when that time came. Meanwhile, after entering White River City, the normal raiding procedure for players began with the party dungeons to upgrade their equipment. They would then proceed to small-scale team dungeons and finally, the level 10 large-scale dungeons. Right now, many guilds had already started raiding small dungeons and were continuously upgrading their equipment. Eventually, all the guilds in White River City would have only one goal, obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. A team could only obtain the first clear by clearing the hell mode of the dungeon. Moreover, the first clear of large-scale team dungeons was slightly different from that of small-scale team dungeons. The achievement would not only be announced throughout the White River City region, but it would also be announced throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was one of the best ways to increase one's fame throughout the Star Moon Kingdom, and it was also a display of a guild's strength. Hence, large-scale dungeons were considered the true battlegrounds for the various large guilds. Meanwhile, for these guilds who frequently battled inside dungeons, whetstones would become one of their strategic supplies. This situation would further increase these guilds' need for hard stones, causing the price of hard stones to soar once again. Thus, Feng chose to sell his stock of hard stones at this time. Right now, Feng was not focused on conquering the large-scale team dungeons. He knew his own limits, and he would not try to compete with those well-known guilds. His goal right now was only to conquer the level 15 small-scale team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. However, regarding strength or numbers, his team was still far from capable of raiding the Demon's Castle. They needed some upgrades before they could rise to that challenge. Arriving at the auction house of White River City, Feng casually took a seat in the corner and opened the auction house's system interface. He then selected to sell his wares within the White River City region. That way, he would not need to foot such a large fee. Similar to selling at a town's auction house, only players within the White River City region could see the items he placed on auction. As for selling the hard stones to the other cities, Feng had never intended to do so. Just the expensive handling fee alone would greatly reduce his profits. Not to mention, the other cities were not as much in need of hard stones as White River City, so the prices the stones would sell for much less. Feng first placed 10 stacks of hard stones on auction with a minimum price of 10 silver coins per stack and a buyout price of 12 silver coins. He did so to take a look at the results. If he placed all 500 stacks up for auction at once, it could drastically affect the market. Hard stones prices would plummet. Hence, he would slowly sell off his stock, carrying out hunger marketing. As expected, before even a minute had passed, all 10 stacks of hard stones sold. Moreover, they had been purchased at the buyout price of 12 silvers. There wasn't even a competition to speak of. It can't be, right? Feng was stunned when he received the notification from the auction house. Such a great demand had far exceeded his expectations. Although he knew that there was a shortage of hard stones right now, he never thought that someone would pay 12 silvers without hesitation. This was simply insane. Did these people not know that 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 107 credits right now? Spending an additional 2 silver coins would be the equivalent of spending 214 credits. To a fresh university graduate, that would be a tenth of their monthly salary. Chapter 198, Trial of God. Feng had only sold 10 stacks of hard stones. When compared to the demand of the entire White River City region, it was a drop in the ocean. Seeing such burning demand, Feng placed another 10 stacks of hard stones up for auction. This time, he changed the minimum price to 12 silver coins and the buyout price at 15 silver coins. By doing so, he tried to find out the highest price hard stones could currently sell for and the bottom line of these desperate players. As expected, nobody paid the buyout price immediately this time. Instead, they bid over the hard stones. However, the numbers rose very slowly, and there was only a small increase of several coppers with each consecutive bid. 1 minute later, the price of the 10 stacks of hard stones finally displayed a significant increase. The bidding had gone from 12 silver coins to 13 silver coins, and it continued to rise to 13 silver, 30 coppers before finally stopping. Obviously, this was the final price these desperate players were willing to fork out. Their bottom line should be around 13 silver coins, huh? Still, this has surpassed my expectations. In the future, I can simply sit tight and wait for the money to roll in. Feng also felt that 13 silver coins was the limit for hard stones. If the prices further increased, then aside from guilds, average players could not endure such an expense. Moreover, Feng had only paid around 30 coppers for each stack of hard stones when he purchased them in bulk. Now, he sold them for 13 silver coins per stack. Their value had increased over 30 folds. One could not be too greedy. Feng was currently satisfied with the results. Feng then continued removing hard stones from his bag, setting them up for auction. He sold 20 stacks per batch, and each batch would be available every 10 minutes or so. Considering the consumption rate and finances of the players in the White River City region, 1,600 to 1,700 stacks should sell each day. If Shifeng sold 1,000 stacks per day, not only could the entire White River City region fully deplete his stock, it also would not cause any adverse effects on the price of hard stones. If Shifeng could sell 1,000 stacks each day, he could earn over 100 gold every day by selling the hard stones at 13 silvers per stack. Moreover, these were genuine gold coins and not credits. Such a daily income was more than 10 times higher than the daily income of first-rate guilds. With such funds in his hands, Shifeng would not have to worry about financial issues when he developed his guild in the future. With the sales system all set and done, Shifeng's finger tapped and slid, calling out the half-transparent communication interface. His finger then moved and tapped on his good friend Blackie's call button. "Blackie, are you guys done with the reputation quests? If you are, then gather in front of the teleportation gate. We'll go dungeon diving together," Shifeng asked. "We're already done with our quests. However, it seems that we've been trapped inside a sealed map. We need to go through a trial if we wish to leave." Blackie grew excited when he heard about dungeon diving, and he wished he could immediately go to display his prowess. Ever since he obtained Mavis Guard, he had started browsing the internet and watching videos of experts displaying their skills. He had also frequently sparred with his team members, and his techniques had greatly improved. He would definitely shock Shifeng with his new techniques. Unfortunate, he couldn't do any of that right now. A sealed map. Shifeng's eyebrows wrinkled, his mind entering a deep thought. He did not know how Blackie and the others managed to enter a sealed map. Logically, the quests he sent them on had no such locations. However, after recalling Blackie's description of the place, he suddenly understood the situation Blackie and the others were in. He could not help but admit that their luck was truly impressive. There were various miraculous opportunities available in God's domain, and players most frequently discovered the Trial of God. Players also called it the Trial of Heroes, and it was a test given by gods for mortals to become heroes. As long as it was a level 10 map or above, there was a chance for this trial to appear. Players would occasionally encounter this trial out in the fields, questing or grinding. However, less than 1 out of 10,000 players would have a chance of meeting this trial. Blackie and the others were definitely lucky for encountering this trial. Every Trial of Heroes was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as players could clear it, they would receive a bountiful reward. In this trial, equipment and EXP were considered the lowest form of reward. If players could perform exceedingly well in the Trial of Heroes, they could receive permanent attribute increases, super rare or improved skills, an abundant amount of weapon mastery, and many more super rare rewards. Weapons and equipment could only be used for a period of time, they were like foreign objects. They were not truly part of one's strength. However, it would be a different story if players could receive things like permanent attribute increases and super rare skills. The value of such things far surpassed that of weapons and equipment, and they would be of immense help towards one's future development. "How many colors were on the trial door that you guys entered?" Shifeng asked. Shifeng's question confused Blackie. However, since Shifeng had asked, Blackie tried to recall the number of different colors on the large double doors they had entered. He then said unconfidently, "I think there were 4 colors." 4. Are you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Shifeng immediately wanted to scold Blackie. The Trial of God did not only possess rewards, but it would also mete out punishments. The punishments and rewards given were also equal. In God's domain, with opportunity came danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in God's domain, and even if there were, it might very well poison you to death. The Trial of Heroes was normally categorized into 7 tiers. If there were only 1 color on the teleportation gate, then the trial would be Tier 1, it was also the easiest trial to clear. Along with the increase in number of colors, the difficulty would increase exponentially. If there were 4 colors on the door of trials, then it would be a Tier 4 trial. Its difficulty would be around 8 times or above that of a Tier 1 trial. If Blackie and the others could clear it, the minimum rewards they could obtain would be fine gold rank or above weapons and equipment. Normally, it would be a dark gold ranked item. If they could finish the trial with a sufficiently high completion rate, there was a possibility they could receive permanent attribute increases or have one of their skills upgraded to a stronger version. However, the punishment for a Tier 4 trial was no joking matter. If Blackie and the others failed to complete the trial, the lightest punishment they might receive was a massive loss in EXP. They could very well lose several levels. Blackie and the others might even lose a portion of their attributes or skill mastery permanently, possibly entering a weakened state for a long period of time. Such severe punishments were also one of the reasons why most players would avoid entering the door of trials after finding one. They would instead choose to sell the information to a large guild, making a huge profit. Brother Feng, are we in a very dangerous situation? Hearing Shifeng's panic, Blackie could not help but swallow nervously, his heartbeat increasing in pace. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others who stood beside Blackie also became extraordinarily serious after hearing Shifeng's words. They no longer dared belittle this trial. I can only give you guys advice. Act within your capabilities. Do not attempt meritorious deeds, only try to leave in one piece. Don't forget to pass on my advice to everyone in the team. However, Blackie, since you have Mavis Guard, logically, you guys should have a very high possibility of clearing the trial. However, remember not to rush things. Even if you have to waste a lot of time, you must never hurry. The rest will depend on your battle techniques, intelligence, and wisdom. Shifeng then continued to pass on all his knowledge about the trials onto Blackie. As for whether or not they could clear the trial, it would depend solely on Blackie and the others. The tests of the Trial of Heroes had never repeated, so there were no known strategies to conquering one. However, in Shifeng's previous life, after collecting the knowledge and wisdom of many predecessors, he managed to form a strategy that was not an actual strategy, which was to act within one's own capabilities and plan before taking action. One must not rush when carrying out the Trial of Heroes. Other than that, there was no true strategy for conquering the Trial of Heroes. With Fire Dance, Cola, and Blackie's Mavis Guard, they should be able to clear a 4-colored trial. However, they should not be able to leave the trial in a short time. Shifeng felt a headache building. He originally intended to upgrade their equipment by raiding a dungeon. However, that plan had gone down the drain now. He did not even know if Blackie and the others could manage to leave the trial within a week. The Trial of Heroes was never simple, and it was an extremely time-consuming trial. In Shifeng's previous life, it wasn't unusual if players spent more than a month clearing a trial. In the past, a top-tier expert had once made a fair evaluation of the trials. A 5-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling an epic quest. A 6-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling a legendary quest. As for a 7-colored trial, it had the difficulty rivaling a top-tier legendary quest. In Shifeng's previous life, even after God's Domain had been in operation for over a decade, there had yet to be a player that could clear a 7-colored trial. Of course, part of the reason was that no true Apex expert had encountered a 7-colored trial. In the past, the highest-tiered trial cleared was a 6-colored trial. Meanwhile, one of the conquerors of a 6-colored trial was the cleric god, Violet Cloud, one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 cleric gods in God's Domain. Thinking that Violet Cloud was currently with Blackie and the others, Shifeng hesitantly released a sigh of relief. Although Violet Cloud had yet to grow into her prime, her potential could not be ignored. For a 4-colored trial, Blackie and the others might, possibly, be able to clear it. Forget it. No point worrying about it too much. It seems that I can only upgrade my own equipment for now, Shifeng sighed. Habitually, he opened up the auction house interface, searching for items under the miscellaneous section. The miscellaneous section of the auction house was just like Taobao. Oftentimes, players would auction some good things without realizing their actual value or things that they felt were not valuable at all. Hence, Shifeng often browsed through this section, hoping to find a lucky catch. Just as Shifeng casually flipped through the pages. Flaming Sun Scripture. Shifeng incidentally discovered a flame-red book displayed on the item interface of the auction house. Shifeng's expression trembled at the sight of this book, and he could not help but wish he could immediately snatch this book into his hands. Someone dared to sell even this item? This is simply ludicrous. Shifeng's sight then shifted towards the price tag displayed on the upper left corner of the ancient book. Chapter 199, Flaming Sun Scripture. Displayed on the half-transparent pale blue screen, the price of the Flaming Sun Scripture was similarly striking. Crap! This seller must have been dropped on his head as a child. Shifeng loudly cursed the moment he saw the price. In actuality, Shifeng wasn't the only person who loudly cursed when they saw the price for this Flaming Sun Scripture. Some players would even couple their curses with a few finger motions. 1,000 gold coins. This person was simply insane. Shifeng then took a look at the seller's name. Sinfully Handsome. Shifeng could only look at this person with respect when seeing this exotic name. Just how much of a narcissist was this person? Looking at this name, Shifeng could also vaguely guess the reason why the price of this Flaming Sun Scripture was so high. However, since he had seen the Flaming Sun Scripture, he could not easily give it up. Hence, he sent out a communication request to this person called Sinfully Handsome. However, Shifeng hid his name when he made the call, preventing this Sinfully Handsome from discovering his identity. After waiting for 10 seconds or so, Sinfully Handsome picked up the call. Who are you? What business do you have with me? You can't be asking me to power level you, right? If you're a pretty girl, this brother can carry you to victory with me. Narcissism filled Sinfully Handsome's voice when he spoke, and he gave others the hint of being a hooligan. Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Sinfully Handsome's words. Girl? Carry you to victory? Just who was this person? Even a person like this could obtain the Flaming Sun Scripture. Was this world already in such a mess? Hey, speak a few words, why don't you? Are you dead? Don't tell me you're a tranny, right? This brother doesn't have that kind of taste. Sinfully Handsome suddenly started panicking. Hello, I'm interested in buying the Flaming Sun Scripture that you've placed on the auction house. I wonder if you can sell it to me at a lower price. Shifeng asked. Oh. So you want to buy that item? Of course, I can. Sinfully Handsome smiled in realization. I'll slightly reduce the price for you then. How does 900 gold sound? This is a very justifiable price. Shifeng faintly smiled at Sinfully Handsome's asking price. He then calmly stated his own price, 20 silver coins. Shifeng did not believe Sinfully Handsome knew the Flaming Sun Scripture's true value. Only fire-type humanoids level 10 or higher would drop the Flaming Sun Scripture. However, its drop rate was somewhat low, so its selling price was very high. The average person usually couldn't afford it. Even so, it was still not worth an insane 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, players could even purchase an epic ranked item. Why would they bother buying an item like the Flaming Sun Scripture if they had that kind of money? Hey, fellow brother, you're not being sincere here. You are the one who took the initiative to contact me, yet, you're offering such a price? Do you know which guild I belong to? Sinfully Handsome beamed a smile, proudly saying, have you heard of Dark Star before? It's an apex third-rate guild in White River City. With this name alone, shouldn't you at least offer 100 gold? Dark Star, it was indeed a powerful guild in White River City. However, what did that have to do with Shifeng? 1 gold coin. If you don't wish to sell, then forget it. Shifeng understood that Sinfully Handsome took him for a fool. However, he was also in quite a need for the Flaming Sun Scripture, so he decided to offer such a high price. Unfortunately, Sinfully Handsome misunderstood Shifeng's intentions. You have to think through this clearly. In the entire White River City, only I possess this Flaming Sun scripture. Seeing that you're an honest person, I'll make a large sacrifice and sell it to you for 10 gold with an additional 100,000 credits. If you still don't want it, I can only look for another buyer, Sinfully Handsome confidently said. Goodbye. Shi Feng immediately disconnected the call. Sinfully Handsome suddenly panicked when Shi Feng disconnected the call. He did not think that Shi Feng would be so decisive. At least try to bargain. Watching his 1 gold coin fly out of his grasp, Sinfully Handsome's heart bled with regret. However, he was too embarrassed to contact Shi Feng again. Humph. I don't believe that you can so easily give up on this Flaming Sun scripture. Sinfully Handsome snorted. Although he did not know the use of the Flaming Sun scripture, based on its powerful and tyrannical name, it was not an ordinary item. Sinfully Handsome was very sure that Shi Feng knew this item's value. However, he did not wish to pay too high a price, so he retreated for the sake of advancing. With this thought, Sinfully Handsome was further assured of the Flaming Sun scripture's value. It was definitely worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Hence, Sinfully Handsome ran towards the auction house, changing the price of the Flaming Sun scripture from 1,000 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins. He wanted to see if Shi Feng was willing to beg him for this item. However, when Sinfully Handsome arrived at the auction house, he discovered that there was not only a single Flaming Sun scripture on auction anymore, there were 5 of these books now. Aside from his copy, priced at 10,000 gold coins, the other 4 books were all priced at 15 silver coins. The most inconceivable thing was that the number of Flaming Sun scriptures up for auction continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 10 copies of the book up for sale. Just what sort of situation is this? Sinfully Handsome's eyes widened, he thought he was dreaming right now. How could there be so many Flaming Sun scriptures? While the quantity of these Flaming Sun scriptures increased, someone else bought them, one after another. There were a total of 32 copies of the Flaming Sun scripture offered in the auction house. Among them, Shi Feng had bought 30 of them. Only Sinfully Handsome's copy and another copy sold by Nobody Cares for 20 silver coins remained. Sinfully Handsome suddenly thought of something. He then hurriedly opened the trade section under White River City's official forums. As expected, there was an anonymous post stating, buying Flaming Sun scriptures at 14 silver coins per book. Willing to purchase it at 15 silver coins if placed in the auction house. One could often find such purchasing methods in virtual reality games. After all, players had plenty of items that they kept on hand without placing them on the auction house. There were only a scarce amount of players like Sinfully Handsome who would place items of unknown value on the auction house. Shi Feng also remembered this fact, and he thought that, by now, there should be quite a few players who have gotten their hands on a Flaming Sun scripture. Ah! My 1 gold coin. Sinfully Handsome wanted to cry. Originally, he thought that the Flaming Sun scripture's value could rival that of an epic ranked item. However, after seeing so many other players possessing this item, Sinfully Handsome immediately realized his mistake. If he had sold his copy for 1 gold coin, he would have made a huge profit. Elsewhere, Shi Feng felt great satisfaction after purchasing 30 copies of the Flaming Sun scripture. He would have completely forgotten about this item's existence if he had not discovered the Flaming Sun scripture on the auction house in the first place. 30 books should be enough for my purposes. Shi Feng looked at the 30 Flaming Sun scriptures laying in his bag, utterly pleased. Although he had spent 4 gold, 50 silvers, shrinking his assets slightly, the gold coins he possessed would only depreciate as time passed. It was much better if he used those gold coins to profit further. Thus, Shi Feng had spent so much money to purchase the Flaming Sun scriptures. In Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of players had obtained the Flaming Sun scripture. Unfortunately, none of them knew its purpose. Hence, they sold it at bargain prices. However, there was a ranger who had desperately bought these Flaming Sun scriptures. Even after the prices of the Flaming Sun scriptures rose to 1 gold coin per book, that players still bought them without hesitation, earning the suspicion of many. So, many players started to investigate the Flaming Sun scripture. On one occasion, a party of players met with a ranger who grinded solo at the level 25 map, Flame God's Cave. Moreover, that ranger displayed a shocking scene of killing the boss and elite monsters there by himself. Later on, however, the players discovered that the reason the ranger could grind at the Flame God's Cave alone was all thanks to the Flaming Sun scripture. From then on, the secret of the Flaming Sun scripture was revealed, causing its price to skyrocket. In the end, even when the Flaming Sun scripture sold for 3 gold coins per book, there were still players willing to buy it. Right now, Shifeng had only spent 15 silver coins to purchase each book. He had made a huge profit from this trade. In any case, Blackie and the others still needed a long time before they could return to White River City. Since Shifeng had nothing better to do, he might as well grind the boss at the Flame God's Cave. After all, his current strength was too weak right now. He could complete neither the epic quest, Darkness Descends, nor the unique quest, Demon's Heart. Moreover, there were plenty of important quests in White River City that required a team to carry out. This was the tragedy that befell all solo players. Hence, grinding bosses was the best option available for Shifeng at the moment. Most importantly, the Flame God's Cave was a valuable location specialized in dropping forging designs. These forging designs had made that ranger into a rich man, and he had earned over 600 gold coins from all the forging designs he sold, becoming the envy of countless players. Soon after, Shifeng hurried towards the teleportation gate. He paid a fee of 24 silver coins and teleported to Red Flame Fortress, the nearest teleportation point to the Flame God's Cave. Chapter 200, Flame God's Cave. Red Flame Fortress was located in the middle of the scorching hot canyon. A large volcano loomed behind it. The terrain around this region was extremely hot all year round, and the air was similarly parched and blistering. A gust of wind here was like a wave of heat, and one wouldn't feel a hint of relief from it. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment of the canyon consisted of only scorched, barren earth and mountains. All around, web-like cracks decorated the ground. Just this sight would cause one to lose their appetite. As this was a virtual environment, players could fully experience the scorching heat. Being parched and drenched in sweat were only minor inconveniences, but one's vision blurring? That was a bigger problem. Moreover, battling in such an environment was extremely taxing to a player's stamina. Due to such a brutal environment, many players did not like grinding or questing here. Moreover, the scorching hot canyon wasn't the only level 20 to level 25 map. There were more than 20 such maps within the White River City region. The millions of players within the White River City region could simply choose any one of these other locations to grind and do quests. For example, the cooling lakeside, the shady forest, and such were all good locations. There was no need for them to torture themselves by coming to the scorching hot canyon. For Shifeng, however, such a brutal environment did not affect him much. In addition to having activated the hidden passive skill, Basic Body Strengthening, Shifeng also had 20 points of fire resistance. As a result, the high temperature of the scorching hot canyon did not have any effect on Shifeng. Shifeng would not greatly exhaust his stamina by fighting in this hot environment either. Moreover, the majority of the monsters in the scorching hot canyon dealt fire-type damage, so this place was suitable for players like Shifeng, who had high fire resistance, to level. Shifeng's leveling efficiency would increase by at least 20% compared to leveling up at other maps. In God's domain, nature's power was very strong. If players wanted to level up quickly, they needed to overcome many of such natural environments. As players progressed down their paths in God's domain, the importance of resistances would also increase. This was why Shifeng grew excited when he learned that the ice blue devil flame increased both his fire resistance and ice resistance. After arriving at the flame-red fortress, Shi Feng opened the system map. Confirming the location of the Flame God's cave, Shi Feng advanced towards it along a red dirt road. Although there were plenty of level 20 and higher monsters, such as the Fire-Raging Bull and Violet Flame Wolf, along the way to the Flame God's cave, Shi Feng walked on the official road. There were normally high-level NPCs patrolling the official roads, and these NPCs were usually 15 levels higher than the map they occupied. Moreover, they patrolled in small parties rather than individually. If there were any foolish monsters that dared come close to the official road, these level 40 NPCs would immediately dispatch the offending beast. The moment they came within a 40-yard distance to the official road, the patrolling NPCs would discover these monsters and turn them into soup. Hence, all the surrounding monsters did not dare come within 40 yards of the official road at all, allowing players to travel safely through it. Around half an hour later, Shi Feng finally arrived at the Flame God's cave. The Flame God's cave was situated close to a volcano at the outer edges of the scorching hot canyon. Plenty of elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses resided within the cave. However, even when players discovered this location, they would normally choose to turn around and leave as the monsters here were simply too strong. If monsters had not chased that party, they would not have run to the Flame God's cave, incidentally discovering the ranger's secret of grinding bosses and elite monsters. However, only Shi Feng knew of this secret right now. The monsters in the Flame God's cave were all level 25, and generally, only players who had reached level 20 would grind here. However, Shi Feng's equipment had the ignore levels attribute, so he could barely grind here as well, though with much lower efficiency. Regardless, he would still be grinding level 25 monsters. Even if his speed were slower than a level 20 player, his gains would still be much greater compared to grinding level 14 monsters. As for why the monsters in the Flame God's cave were so amazing, it was mainly because of the extraordinarily high damage of their fire-type attacks. Even if it were only a level 25 common monster, it could still kill an MT of the same level with just 2 or 3 moves. Not to mention, the monsters in the Flame God's cave all lived in groups, and one would usually meet 5 or 6 monsters at the same time. Even an MT with top-tier equipment could not handle so many monsters at once. There was also a large amount of elite and special elite monsters here, they could practically one-shot an MT of the same level. Hence, even when players knew about the Flame God's cave, there was still nobody daring enough to grind at this place. However, it was a different story when one had the Flaming Sun scripture. The Flaming Sun scripture could grant players a Flaming Sun's blessing effect. The effect was closely related to the surrounding environment, the denser the fire-type mana present in a location, the greater were its effects. The effect lasted for 2 hours. However, the introduction of the Flaming Sun scripture did not reveal such an effect, so players in the past couldn't discover its exact purpose. The Flame God's cave could be considered as one of the locations within Scorching Hot Canyon that had the densest fire-type mana. As a result, the fire-type damage of the monsters inside was extraordinarily high. However, precisely because of this same reason, the Flame God's cave was also a perfect place for one to use the Flaming Sun scripture. However, even with the Flaming Sun scripture, Shi Feng needed to be extremely careful while he was here. After all, the Flame God's cave was a nest for level 25 monsters. With the level gap of 11 levels, these monsters could easily extinguish Shi Feng's life with just 2 moves, and Shi Feng would not even have the chance to resist before dying. Moreover, Shi Feng's level was just too low, these monsters could detect him easily. Hence, he needed to act with extreme caution. The moment Shi Feng carefully set foot in the cave, a wave of hot air swept past him from within the cave. Just when Shi Feng's 5 senses heightened to their maximum limit, his system communication suddenly rang out. Crap! That nearly gave me a heart attack. Shi Feng jumped, taken by surprise. He glanced at the system notification. Fortunately, monsters could not hear the system notifications. In the same way team chat worked, only specified players could hear them, while outsiders would remain unaffected. Flying Dragon. Why is he playing God's domain as well? Shi Feng wrinkled his eyebrows at the sight of the caller ID blinking before him. This flying dragon was none other than Shi Feng's classmate and the 9th ranked in Jinhai University's fighting competition, Ling Feilong. However, in Shi Feng's previous life, Ling Feilong only joined God's domain long after the game's release. At that time, Shi Feng had already become the guild leader of Shadow. For Ling Feilong to join God's domain in advance, could this be the result of the butterfly effect? Shi Feng lowered his head in thought. However, he soon revealed a smirk. In this life, he had not revealed his character's ID to anyone else. As for Blackie, Shi Feng had long since told him not to reveal anything. Hence, no one in Jinhai University knew Shi Feng was Yi Feng. Similarly, nobody else knew that Blackie was Black Cloud in God's domain. Blackie's friends only knew that he was getting by fairly well in the game. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Shi Feng answered the call with a cold and imposing tone as if he were a god looking down on an ant. Ling Feilong immediately felt chills all down his body when he heard Shi Feng's voice, followed by immense pressure. He felt like he had just walked out of a cold pool of water. His heartbeat instantly soared to 180 beats per minute. This is Yi Feng, the God-ranked expert that caused even Martial Union to submit? His voice alone is already so imposing and threatening. The pressure he gives off is even stronger than Brother Zhang's. It's as expected of a God-ranked expert. No wonder Brother Zhang wanted me to recruit him. Ling Feilong was inwardly shocked, and he grew even more respectful towards Shi Feng. Originally, Zhou Yuhu should have been the one to contact the God-ranked expert. However, Zhou Yuhu previously had a falling out with the God-ranked expert, so the responsibility had been pushed onto him, Ling Feilong, instead. Ling Feilong felt that his chance to shine had arrived. As long as he could deal with this matter appropriately and gain the favor of such a God-ranked expert, his position in Shadow would rise quickly in the future. He would surely surpass Zhou Yuhu. After all, Zhou Yuhu had once found conflict with this God-ranked expert. In the future, Zhou Yuhu would certainly have difficulty getting by in Shadow. Before Ling Feilong had personally felt Yi Feng's imposing aura, he always thought that nobody could be as strong as Brother Zhang. However, Ling Feilong was now completely certain that, if this God-ranked expert joined Shadow, even Zhang Luowei would have to submit to his strength. Meanwhile, Shadow would similarly fall under the control of this expert. How are you, expert? I am Shadow's representative, Flying Dragon. We sincerely want to recruit a God-ranked expert like yourself into Shadow. As for the treatment you will receive, please rest assured. We at Shadow will certainly not mistreat you. Ling Feilong's tone was both soft and respectful when he spoke. After all, the God-ranked expert before his eyes right now someone he needed to fawn over desperately in the future. He was truly afraid that this God-ranked expert would immediately disconnect his call. Chapter 201, Scripture's Might. Hearing Ling Feilong attempt to fawn over him and his respectful attitude while doing so, Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh. The shoe was on the other foot now. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. Judging from Ling Feilong's tone, Shi Feng could discern that Ling Feilong intended to ride on his coattails. If you wish to recruit me, tell me what sort of benefits you plan to offer first, Shi Feng calmly asked. Brother expert, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As long as you join Shadow, you'll immediately become an elder of the guild. Moreover, our guild has a large backing behind us, and we have plenty of funding, so we can temporarily set your annual salary at 1 million credits. In addition, we'll give you 10% of Shadow's shares. I think you should know the value of guild shares, right? As long as Shadow rises to glory in the future, this 10% will far exceed tens of millions of credits. No other guild can offer you this kind of treatment, Ling Failong explained, very satisfied with himself. His words even moved his own heart. That was 10% of the guild's shares. Right now, all of the guilds out there only offered high annual salaries when recruiting an expert. None of them would willingly hand over a portion of the guild's shares. Along with a guild's growth, the value of its shares would continuously rise. In addition to God's domain's growth potential, if Shadow properly developed as time went on, this 10% could represent billions of credits or more. Hence, all the large guilds would not simply offer their shares, and instead, choose the wise decision of offering a static salary. Who's making this promise? Shi Feng was slightly bewildered. He did not think that Shadow would be so decisive in their actions. In Shi Feng's previous life, although he was the guild leader of Shadow, he did not possess any shares of the guild. However, Shi Feng had only recently become the guild leader at that time, so he did put too much thought into the matter. In the end, the guild kicked him out. One could say that the shares of a guild were the true proof of one's authority. If Shi Feng had 10% of the guild's shares at that time, Lan Hailong would not have dared to casually expel him from the guild and sever all connections with him. Our guild leader made this promise. Of course, with your strength, the position of guild leader will doubtlessly be yours in the future. Ling Failong unwaveringly started flattering Shi Feng. Oh. Very well, Shi Feng calmly laughed. He then, with a tone as cold as ice, arrogantly said, return and tell your guild leader this, if you want me to join Shadow, then I want 60% of the guild's shares and the position of guild leader. Otherwise, there's no deal. Finished speaking, Shi Feng disconnected the call. Of course, he only said those words as a joke to toy with Ling Failong. Even if Shadow were willing to hand over 100% of its shares, Shi Feng would still reject the offer without hesitation. He swore that would never again wear the hateful name of Shadow. He simply said those words because he knew that Ling Failong, Zhang Luowei, and Lan Hailong could never truly agree to such a request. After all, with 60% of the guild's shares, Shi Feng would become the head honcho of Shadow, his word would be final. Whether it was Zhang Luowei or Lan Hailong, neither could endure being a subordinate of someone else. Such a domineering tone. No wonder he could force Martial Union, who is even stronger than Shadow, to take a huge loss. Unfortunately, he isn't a broad-minded person. If he had accepted the offer, based on the strength he possessed, he could have easily become the Shadow's true boss in the future if he wanted to. Although Ling Failong admired Shi Feng, he sneered disdainfully as he determined Shi Feng to be a boorish fellow. Yet, without a backer to rely on, it was impossible for Ling Failong to climb further up the ranks of Shadow. Zhang Luowei trusted Zhou Yuhu much more than Ling Failong. Ling Failong was simply an elite member of the guild in Zhang Luowei's eyes. So, it was imperative that Ling Failong looked for a reliable backer. Meanwhile, a boor like Shi Feng couldn't be a better backer. Although 60% of the total shares seemed a little high, if Ling Failong expended a lot of effort, it was not an impossible number to accomplish. It seems that I'll have to rearrange his words before reporting back to Brother Zhang and Brother Lan. At this moment, Shi Feng would have never imagined that his casual remark meant to anger Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei would become Ling Failong's new goal. Inside the Flame God's cave, Shi Feng took out one of the Flaming Sun scriptures from his bag. He then opened the book, reading the incantations inside. All of a sudden, the Flaming Sun scripture ignited, emitting dazzling golden flames. As if the fire-type mana within the Flame God's cave had transformed into soldiers, it all charged towards the golden flame, submitting to it. The golden flame was like an emperor among flames. In reality, it wasn't just the fire-type mana that was affected. Even Shi Feng's ice-blue devil flame felt restless, giving off the notion of submission. Just what kind of flame is it? Shi Feng looked at the bundle of golden flame, his heart filled with curiosity. To cause even the Tier 2 ice-blue devil flame to submit, if this flame had a rank, I wonder what tier it belonged to. It should be at least Tier 3, possibly tier 4. If Shifeng could absorb this bundle of golden flame, his strength might rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, this flame was not a mysterious flame, so Shifeng had no way of absorbing it. After a minute passed, the golden flame sank into Shifeng's body after it absorbed a sufficient amount of fire-type mana. Instantly, a new status effect appeared on Shifeng's status bar. Flaming Sun's Blessing. Increases fire resistance by 100 points and reduces damage from fire-type attacks by 90%. All fire-type damage received has a 20% chance to recover an equivalent amount of HP. Damage dealt towards fire-type monsters increased by 100%. Duration of 2 hours. Effective only within the Flame God's Cave. In reality, the Flaming Sun scripture's original purpose was simply for the convenience of players when grinding in a hot environment. However, when used inside the Flame God's Cave, where the density of fire-type mana was extremely high, its effects increased by manyfold. Hence why the ranger in Shifeng's previous life was able to solo the elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses here. To begin with, Shifeng already had 20 points of fire resistance. Now that he gained an additional 100 points, normal fire attacks would only be an itch to him. Not to mention, there was also the 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks. This increase was just too awesome. With the Flaming Sun's blessing, Shifeng boldly advanced deeper into the Flame God's Cave. There were multiple pathways in the Flame God's Cave, and it was extremely spacious. Players could easily get lost in the cave. This, however, was not a problem for Shifeng. The Flame God's Cave was like his own backyard, and very quickly, he located a lone level 25 lava hound lying on solidified, blackened lava. Lava Hound, common monster. Level 25. HP 5, 400/5, 400. The Lava Hound was several sizes larger compared to a normal lion. Its entire body emitted red flames, its skin was a dark yellow, and it had a pair of large, crimson eyes. Detecting Shifeng's presence, the Lava Hound abruptly stood, its blood-red eyes glared at Shifeng as it let out a low, angry growl. The Lava Hound's sharp claws easily shattered a chunk of charred rock. Just as Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and silver lake, the Lava Hound spat a mouthful of flames at Shifeng. Without holding anything back, Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame, covering his entire body with a deep blue flame. He then charged at the ball of flames head-on. The Lava Hound's attack could originally devour close to half of the HP of an MT of the same level. However, when struck Shifeng, the attack merely caused around -10 points of damage. The damage the Lava Hound's attack dealt was even less than the attacks of a level 10 common monster. As expected, with 120 points of fire resistance, my resistance has reached extraordinary levels. Finished experimenting with his durability, Shifeng arrived in front of the Lava Hound and sent a chop slashing at its nape, drawing a pool of piping hot blood. A damage of -345 points appeared above the Lava Hound's head. The damage was barely within Shifeng's acceptable range. Moreover, due to the Lava Hound being 11 levels higher than himself, Shifeng's skill proficiency also soared with lightning speed. Every usage netted him 3 proficiency points. Although the Lava Hound was powerful, Shifeng only needed to take note of its AoE skills like the Flame Breath and Flame Explosion. Without the threat of these powerful skills, Shifeng only needed to deal with the Lava Hound's sharp claws. With Shifeng's extraordinary evasive techniques, in addition to his very high agility, he could easily dodge the attacks from the Lava Hound's sharp claws. Before even a minute had passed, Shifeng had killed the level 25 Lava Hound, the monster leaving behind a flame crystal and several copper coins after it died. System, level 25 Lava Hound killed. Level difference of 11. EXP obtained increased by 1100%. Obtained 16,500 EXP. Chapter 202, Scorching Lamia. Within the brightly lit flame god's cave, Feng advanced further into the cave relentlessly. The lava hound he previously killed had raised his skill proficiencies by quite a bit. However, that was it. In contrast, the EXP the level 25 lava hound gave was much less. However, this was not strange. After all, the monsters within the flame god's cave had both high attack power and HP but gave out very little EXP. Under normal circumstances, average players would not grind here at all. However, it was a different story once players had the Flaming Sun scripture. With it, they could easily deal with the monsters in the flame god's cave. Moreover, the monsters here dropped flame crystals. Flame crystals were the main materials used for crafting basic fire resistance potions. By the time the majority of players reached levels between 20 to 30, they would discover that most party and team dungeons required a high fire resistance. Otherwise, they would have no way of raiding these dungeons. The level 25 large-scale team dungeon, the Flame Nest, for example, without basic fire resistance potions, players would have absolutely no way of conquering it. Yet, this team dungeon had loads of good equipment and items in it. Moreover, out of all the level 25 dungeons, the Flame Nest gave out the most guild reputation. Most importantly, there was a very small chance for players to obtain a guild mine certificate and guild medicine garden certificate from the dungeon. These were both items that could allow a guild to develop itself further. Normally, only guilds with their own guild residence would be considered true guilds. Meanwhile, players could establish certain constructs within the guild residence to further aid in the guild's development. Among these facilities, two of the most important constructs were the medicine garden and mine. These two constructs could provide the guild with a fixed amount of herbs and/or on a daily basis, and it could greatly reduce the guild's burden. It could also allow potion makers and forgers to have sufficient resources to increase their lifestyle skill proficiencies. Hence, as long as it was a guild that possessed their own guild residence, they would unhesitatingly raid the Flame Nest regardless of the price they had to pay to obtain these two certificates. As such, plenty of guilds had tried to raid the Flame Nest when their players reached between 20 and 30 levels, causing the basic fire resistance potion to become a high-demand product. Even until now, Feng had remembered that the basic fire resistance potions at that time had sold for 50 silver coins per bottle. Meanwhile, a single flame crystal sold for 15 silver coins. Thus, even at the cost of 3 to 4 gold coins, players would willingly purchase the Flaming Sun scripture. After all, they could easily obtain 25 to 30 flame crystals by grinding the Flame God's Cave for 2 hours. In the Flame God's Cave, a common ranked lava hound had a 3% chance of dropping a flame crystal, 3 times higher than the drop rate of fire-type monsters outside. Meanwhile, the level 25 elite monsters in the Flame God's Cave had a 100% chance to drop 1 flame crystal and a 10% chance to drop 2 flame crystals. Of course, these monsters would also drop equipment. As for level 25 special elites, they had a 100% chance of dropping 2 flame crystals, a 20% chance to drop 4 flame crystals, and a 10% chance to drop 5 to 7 flame crystals. Level 25 chieftain bosses were even more rewarding. They had a 100% chance to drop 10 flame crystals, a 30% chance to drop 13 pieces of flame crystals, and 20% chance to drop 20 to 25 flame crystals. Players could easily earn up to 2 gold coins by killing a single chieftain boss. Not to mention, these bosses also dropped equipment and tools. Feng continuously killed lone level 25 lava hounds as he advanced further into the depths of the Flame God's Cave. Even when he met 2 lava hounds at the same time, he still easily dealt with them. Only, more time was necessary. The flame breath of the lava hounds could be easily dodged. Players only needed to take note of the lava hound's throat. When its throat glowed and gave off the color of fire, it was about to spit out flames. However, the damage of this move was only a small matter to Feng, it dealt about only -100 damage in total to Feng. As for the lava hound's other skill, flame explosion, it could cause extremely high flame damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius. Without 120 points in fire resistance and 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks, MTs of the same level would instantly lose 3/4 of their HP to this single attack. However, the lava hound's actions were obvious before it would cast this skill. It would raise its claws high, then slam them on the ground, creating an explosion of flames. However, the skill's effective range was wide, making it extremely hard to avoid. It was practically a sure-hit skill. Fortunately, Shifeng's fire resistance was extremely high, and he would, at most, receive around -100 damage from the lava hound's flame explosion. Shifeng had over 1,800 HP, so this damage was not significant. Another hour or so passed by, and Shifeng finally arrived at the core area of the Flame God's Cave. On his way here, Shifeng had killed many lava hounds, and due to the luck +3 provided by the Shadow's blessing he wore, he obtained a bountiful number of flame crystals. He could get 1 flame crystal for every half a dozen or so lava hounds he killed. Throughout his journey, Shifeng had killed over 40 lava hounds, and obtained a total of 8 flame crystals. His experience had also risen to 37% of level 14, his leveling speed could already be described as flying. His skills, Chop, Thundering Flash, and Thunder Flame Explosion, also rose to level 7, level 5, and level 3 respectively. If including the upgrade provided by the Abyssal Blade, these skills would be level 10, level 8, and level 6 respectively. These improvements had pushed Shifeng's damage output to a whole new level once more. Unfortunately, the lava hound Shifeng killed did not drop any equipment, the same went for the forging designs that Shifeng most desired. The core area Shifeng had reached was a large, empty lava field. Molten lava flowed throughout the surroundings. At the highest point of the empty field sat plenty of bright crystals reflecting the glow of the lava into the surroundings, illuminating the spacious and empty field. The cooled accumulation of lava formed the land here. This place was more like a swamp than a durable stone road, and players would find it very hard to traverse across this lava field. A single misstep would instantly lead to players fall into a pit of molten lava. If players did not possess a definite control over their own bodies, they would find themselves at a serious disadvantage when battling here. Meanwhile, on the empty land a short distance away, Shifeng discovered plenty of level 25 elite flame naga silently guarding. Occasionally, he could also spot a few level 25 special elite flame naga warriors. Compared to the lava hound, these monsters possessed much more intelligence. Aside from attacking with flames, they could also deal a substantial amount of physical damage. These monsters also had exceptionally fast reactions, especially the Flame Naga warriors. These warriors wore armor and wielded a shield in one of their hands. They were practically shield warriors, and players would find them extremely difficult to deal with. Flame Naga, Elite Rank. Level 25. HP 20,000/20,000. Flame Naga Warrior, Special Elite. Level 25. HP 50,000/50,000. Soon after, Shifeng lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the distant central region of this lava field. Due to the long distance, Shifeng had to squint and focus his eyes for quite some time. Only after activating his extraordinary vision could he discover a beautiful figure laying atop a stone altar. That was a Lamia. Unlike her Naga brethren, who possessed the heads and faces of a snake, although the lower half of this Lamia body was a snake's tail, her upper body was that of a human's. This Lamia possessed beauty that even women would envy. Her eyes were like red gemstones, giving off a dazzling glow. Her lustrous and seductive black hair was tied into twin ponytails. Exposed to the light of the flames, her delicate white skin shone like supple white jade. The most attractive parts of this Lamia were her elegant temperament and her exotic beauty. The bright silken blouse she wore was especially eye-catching, as it served to accentuate her delicate body and ample breasts further. Just a glance at this lamia would easily captivate any intruder. It was truly hard to imagine that this delicate and beautiful lamia was the scorching Lamia Sela, the level 25 High Lord ranked boss of the Flame God's Cave. Sure enough, the benefits of pioneering a new land are plentiful. I have already found a High Lord rank on this first trip. In Shifeng's previous life, most of the bosses Shifeng had met were chieftain rank, and only rarely could he meet a Lord-ranked boss. Only with superb luck could one find a Lord-ranked boss. Shifeng's eyes shone as he gazed at scorching Lamia Sela's attractive appearance. His breathing became slightly hurried. He also grew excited, a never-before-seen resplendent smile appearing on his calm face. Of course, Shifeng wasn't captivated by Sela's beauty, but the bountiful wealth that a High Lord-ranked boss represented. Not to mention, Sela was the High Lord of the Flame God's Cave. If he could kill her, he wondered just how much EXP and high-level items and equipment he could obtain. If Blackie and the others knew Shifeng's current thoughts and appearance, they would definitely curse Shifeng for being inhuman. Not sparing even a weak and delicate lamia, Shifeng was practically a beast. Chapter 203, Scorching Heart. Molten lava slowly flowed across the vast, empty field. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia Sela paid no particular attention to the intruder, Shifeng. She simply swished her tail, slithering to a pool of lava. With a splash, Sela dove straight into the scorching pool, frolicking with a content expression. If a normal player copied Sela's actions and jumped into the lava pool, they could lose their lives in a given minute. Even if they activated the Flaming Sun's blessing and received an additional 100 points to their fire resistance, they would still lose 300 HP every second they submerged in the lava pool. Taking a good, long look, Shifeng finally decided upon a plan. Scorching Lamia Sela, High Lord rank. Level 25. HP 500,000/500,000. A Lord-ranked boss was not as easy to deal with as a Chieftain-ranked boss. If it were a level 25 Lord-ranked boss, not to mention a 20-man elite team, even a 100-man elite team would still die at the boss's hands. A Lord-ranked boss was simply too powerful. The only way to kill these bosses was to gather thousands of players and use the advantage of numbers to exhaust these bosses to death slowly. Other than that, there was no other way around it. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia, who bathed in the lava pool, was even more intimidating than a normal Lord-ranked boss. Without the Flaming Sun scripture, even thousands of players would have zero chances of defeating Sela. On the other hand, Shifeng had a method of dealing with the scorching Lamia. However, he first needed to clear out the surrounding elite and special elite monsters. Otherwise, he would be similarly helpless against the scorching Lamia. Let's first lure them slowly and clear them, bit by bit. Shifeng then randomly looked for a solitary flame naga, boldly walking over to it. He did not intend to use any special means to lure these monsters. As Shifeng was only level 14 right now, when faced with level 25 elites, these elites would all charge at him in a craze as long as he came within 40 yards. Hence, he still needed to apply some techniques to lure only one flame naga. Be it a snake-type monster or a naga, both were innately born with exceptional hearing. Hence, players needed to be light on their feet when approaching these naga. If players made even the tiniest disturbance, they would find only their own deaths. Shifeng walked with a strong and steady pace atop the soft and unstable ground, and with relative ease, he attracted the attention of a flame naga. Immediately, Shifeng watched as the flame naga charged at him like a madman. Come, come. Seeing that the naga had taken the bait, Shifeng faintly smiled as he spun around and ran towards a distant rock cliff. The flame naga was well versed in close combat. Meanwhile, its only ranged attack was the raging flame roar, and it belonged to the category of channeling spells. The skill had an effective area of 404 yards, and it needed 3 seconds to channel the skill fully. However, this skill did not pose any threat to Shifeng. On the contrary, melee combat with the Flame Naga was much more difficult. As the chase continued, although the Flame Naga was fast, Shifeng was not any slower than it either. The moment Shifeng arrived in front the rock cliff, with no further paths of retreat remaining, Shifeng started climbing up the extremely steep cliff with great ease. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he stuck out his tongue at the creature as he silently looked down at the Flame Naga. The Flame Naga was further incensed by Shifeng's blatant provocation, and it, too, started frantically climbing the cliff. Although Shifeng was not a ranged class, and he could not kite the Flame Naga, melee battle the Flame Naga was simply too dangerous. If Shifeng was slightly careless, the Flame Naga could kill him with just 2 moves. Hence, Shifeng intended to fight from a range. Seeing that the Flame Naga was about to climb the cliff, Shifeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag. He then threw it at the Flame Naga. Pang! Ice fragments scattered, and cold air spread out to the surroundings. The Flame Naga instantly froze. Due to the Flame Naga's fear of the cold, the basic frost grenade managed to deal -300 damage to it. However, the Flame Naga possessed 20,000 HP, so this small amount of damage barely made a scratch. Frozen halfway through its climb up the rock cliff, the Flame Naga's immobile body fell. 2 stones, protruding from the rock wall, halted the serpentine beast's fall, sandwiching the Flame Naga's body between the rocks as it hung halfway up the cliff. Be it attacking or dodging, the Flame Naga would find it extremely challenging to do either from its current position. It could not even carry out the simple action of turning its own body right now. Shifeng smiled at this sight. He jumped down from his elevated position, landing on one of the stones trapping his opponent. He then started attacking the Flame Naga from behind. It was extremely easy to kill a Flame Naga that had 0 means of retaliating. Shifeng sent a level 10 chop slashing at the Flame Naga's back, earning him a scream of pain coupled with a damage of -168 above the monster's head. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a level 25 elite was truly amazing. With the level suppression, in addition to the Flame Naga's superior defense, his attack could not even deal -200 damage even with the damage multiplier from the Flaming Sun scripture. Immediately after, Shifeng followed up with Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and Thunder Flame Explosion. A series of damages appeared above the Flame Naga's head. However, even with the damage amplification effect inflicted by Thundering Flash, the highest damage Shifeng had dealt with a single attack was barely over -200 points. Though there was the occasional critical hit of over -400 damage, the Flame Naga had a total of 20,000 HP. Aside from Shifeng's skills being capable of causing more than -100 damage to the Flame Naga, his normal attacks could not deal over -50 damage. Moreover, Shifeng had activated the Ice Blue Devil Flames effect before his attacks. Seeing as the freezing effect was about to end, Shifeng threw another basic frost grenade at the Flame Naga, freezing his target once more. He then resumed his barrage of attacks. Although the Flame Naga had relatively fast regeneration, neither was the damage Shifeng was causing to it a small amount. 2 minutes later, the Flame Naga's HP finally fell to 20%. Simultaneously, the Flame Naga released a fierce roar. Flames covered its entire body, and shortly after, its body started trembling. Shifeng had long since been prepared for it. Immediately, he hid behind the corner of a rock. Boom! Countless flying flame blades shot out from the Flame Naga's body. These flame blades were the beast's scales, and their appearance signaled its ultimate move, flame bullets. The damage these flame bullets dealt was a combination of physical and fire-type damage. With Shifeng's current HP that was slightly over 1,800 points, these bullets could instantly send him into a critical condition. However, with the iron-like rock blocking these blades for him, Shifeng received no damage at all. After the waves of flame bullets ended, Shifeng threw out another frost grenade before resuming his attack. In the end, Shifeng killed the level 25 Flame Naga with relative ease. The instant the flame Naga died, Shifeng's experience bar increased by a small portion. Shifeng was already level 14, and he needed an extremely large amount of EXP to reach level 15. His experience bar rising by a noticeable chunk showed just how bountiful the EXP the Flame Naga provided was. The Flame Naga also dropped 2 flame crystals, 1 bronze ornament, and tens of copper coins. Ornaments were the rarest of all equipment. Compared to jewelry such as rings and necklaces, ornaments were far more valuable. In God's domain, every player could equip 3 ornaments at most. As of this moment, however, Shifeng's ornament window was still a big, empty space. He truly did not imagine that he would inadvertently obtain a bronze ornament. His luck was simply too good. Scorching Heart, ornament, bronze rank. Equipment requirement, strength 80. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10. Fire resistance plus 3. Can be activated to cast a tier 2 flame shield that can absorb a maximum of 1000 flame damage. Although this ornament did not offer a large increase to his attributes, ornaments that could increase one's resistances were extremely rare. Every such ornament was valued at 6 gold coins or more. This is too great. I'm now level 14, and I have 114 points in strength and 131 points in agility. If I equip this Scorching Heart, it will increase both my strength and agility by 10 points, just enough for me to meet the requirements of 120 points in strength and 140 points in agility for the Blazing Meteor. Shifeng was ecstatic as he held the flame-red-colored Scorching Heart. Shifeng did not think that he could equip the pseudo-extraordinary weapon within such a short period after obtaining it. If he could equip the Blazing Meteor right now, his strength would definitely receive an explosive increase. He might even reach the standards of an official Tier 1 swordsman. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.